Senate Education Committee. If everybody could please take your seats, silence your cell phones. All right, let's go ahead and let's get started. We've got a full agenda today, and we are ready to go. So good morning. I'm Senator Gloria Romero. I am the chair of Senate Education Committee, of course, here with my committee members, and we will await the participation of other members as well. We've also extended an invitation to the chair and vice chair of the Assembly Education Committee. I know that Assemblyman Nastande in particular had expressed his interest in participating with us, and so I've extended that invitation to the chair and the vice chair of the Assembly Education Committee, and they may be joining us as well. In fact, he walks in perfectly on cue. Assemblyman Nastande, I just acknowledged you. Please join us at the dais. All right, let's go ahead and get going here, and it looks like a very good, strong showing this morning, so I appreciate that. Let me begin by just letting you know, and of course just highlighting that it is the President of the United States himself who has issued a challenge to every state in the nation. And today we will ask ourselves if California understands the challenge and if we have what it takes to accept the challenge. Will we take flight, or will we and the 6 million students in our public education system be left behind? Will we race to the top or be lost in space? That decision begins today. But let me be clear, we are not here today to discuss merely eligibility requirements. Are we eligible? Are we not? Do we have a firewall? Do we not? Nor are we here just to talk about a race for a pot of gold. This hearing and the race to the top competition itself, I believe, is about principles. Principles that are the foundation of an approach to public education that recognizes that what we do in this legislature and in this special session called by the governor in response to the challenge will put an indelible print on the future of public education in California long after all of us have left this building. This hearing and the race to the top, I believe, is about equality, ensuring that every child from every background has access to a quality education, including an effective teacher and principal and a safe school. Effective teachers who are respected, valued, and treated fairly. They hold the future in their classrooms. The race to the top is about the principle of opportunity, a commitment to no longer turning a blind eye and having the courage and the tenacity to turn around the historically lowest performing schools and the dropout factories, and we know they exist. Of offering new choices to parents so their children have schools that will send them off to college and a good job rather than to prison. This hearing and the race to the top is about understanding education as a civil rights issue. When the governor announced the special session last week, one of those who stood by his side was Alice Huffman, the president of the NAACP. And this is the same NAACP that celebrates its 100th year anniversary this year, and which half a century ago filed Brown versus Board of Education, demanding that America stop school segregation because separate is not equal. Today, decades after the Brown decision, we still see remnants of segregation in our public school system. Nearly 80% of students in our lowest performing schools are African American or Latino. Poor students and students of color are 4 times more likely to have underprepared teachers, particularly in math and science. We have an achievement gap for African American students, for Latino students, for English language learner students, for special education students that has been both persistent and pernicious, confirmed again with new test scores released just last week. Over the years, many of us in this Senate and in this room have advanced innovative legislation to find ways to reform and transform public education. And I think we should be proud of the work that we have done. Impressive efforts have happened at the local level, oftentimes in spite of Sacramento or Washington. Use of student data to improve instruction and reward teachers in Long Beach and Fresno, and we'll hear about that today. Work that's been done to develop alternative compensation programs in San Francisco that resulted from collaboration with the teachers union. A focus on better, not just more, high-quality charter schools throughout the state. And, as we saw yesterday in Los Angeles, a parents' revolution that is captivating Los Angeles. I applaud President Obama, Secretary Duncan, and their call for change. Just last year, that call for change motivated a nation, particularly its youth. And it's interesting, and perhaps I think a little bit, poignant, that we convened this morning after the passing of Senator Ted Kennedy, who certainly has championed the lion of the Senate, always a heart for the dispossessed. I very proudly stood with him at East LA College during that primary campaign on behalf of President Obama as he called for never forgetting the opportunities for kids from the district that I represent in East LA to have a hope and a dream and a chance and an opportunity to succeed in their educational quests. Today, we have an opportunity, and more than an opportunity, I believe, a responsibility to show the nation that California can, as a state, embrace change. Today, we are going to discuss how far we've come and ask ourselves how far we are willing to go to reach the new frontier in education exploration and excellence. Much of what we discuss will be controversial, border on legalese. We're going to have a bunch of lawyers up front. We will have much discussion about data and how it is to be used and linked. I look forward to looking at our education code and understanding language in subdivisions of our education code, which has created quite, as Senator Subommittee says, the tempest in the teapot, one paragraph, but which states, quote, that which prohibits use of CalTIDE's data, either solely or in conjunction with CalPAD's data, for purposes of pay, promotion, sanction, or personnel evaluation of an individual teacher or group of teachers, or of any other employment decisions related to individual teachers. One subsection, one major controversy. But we also have, and we will have discussion about another section of the Ed Code, which expressly states, quote, the governing board of each school district shall evaluate and assess certificated employee performance as it reasonably relates to the progress of pupils towards the standards established pursuant to subdivision A, and, if applicable, the state-adopted academic content standards as measured by state-adopted criterion referenced assessments, unquote. Which one is it? If there is a firewall, then should we remove it? If there is no firewall, and we have some contradictory language in my point of view, then should we stop bringing in the lawyers to explain and just clarify in plain English once and for all? And shouldn't we demand greater oversight? If we can and we should evaluate, then have we? Where is the state monitoring and oversight? As we begin this hearing, let me commend everybody for being here in this room today. Our work is cut out for us if we are going to run this race or if we're going to be relegated to galaxy dust right from the start. I know these issues are complex. Controversies surround us about the use and effectiveness of standardized tests and how these can be linked to student achievement. But I believe we have the talent in this room and in California to sort these out. Because if we don't sort this out in California, I guarantee you, someone Some legislature in Texas or Florida will sort it out for all of us. I hope we commit to engage right from the start. We are the 8th largest economy in the world with a diverse and exciting student body. We have the opportunity to showcase the realm of possibilities. As I indicated as well, there is much to this hearing. It's about also having the courage to restructure chronically low-performing schools and exploring greater options to recruit talent into the classroom. It's about not just evaluating our teachers' performance individually. It's not just looking at the individual teacher, but I believe looking as well from Sacramento and throughout the state about understanding the supply, the demand, the distribution of quality teachers in all parts of California, urban and rural, high poverty and high wealth. It's about having a vigorous debate about testing, understanding their inherent weaknesses and predictive powers. It's about asking ourselves if we truly want to partner with our parents and step aside to put students first. The questions we ask and the answers we provide today are not just for us. It's not just for one competition. It's not just about the fall. The questions we ask and the answers we provide today will set the tone for an entire generation of students. If we're satisfied with status quo and feel no sense of urgency, we have no need to act. I think this race to the top and how we respond will reveal our true California character, and the nation will be watching to see who we really are. For me, status quo is unacceptable. We may never have an opportunity like this again. Both President Obama and Secretary Duncan have said, this is our moment, this is our time. In California, representing East LA, Garfield High School, I would put it another way. This is our time to stand and deliver. I thank you all for being here today, and I'd like to thank the Vice Chair of my committee, Bob Huff, who wishes to make some opening remarks as well. And as I say that, let me also acknowledge and thank the Chair of the Assembly Education Committee, Julia Brownlee, for joining us today as well. Senator Huff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate everybody coming out today. Something that unifies us all is that we want our schools, we want our students to excel. We sometimes have different paths to get there. We have different objectives. We have some collateral goals as well. But today I think it's incumbent on us to focus on the kids and what we can do to maximize their education experience, because when they do well, we as a state do well, we as a nation do well. I think we'd all agree that if money were no object, we would want more funding for education. As we all know, money is an object, and it has been increasingly so the last few years. And so when there are funds on the table, such as been put out there by President Obama, they have strings attached. That's the way government money is. We all know that. And I believe we have to take a hard look at that and make sure, to the degree that it makes sense for us and for our state, that we make sure we're accessible to those funds, that those funds can flow and help our schools, help our students. So while we, as I said, have some collateral ideas and agendas, I hope we can focus on that and let's drill down and see what makes sense for us. I've long been a proponent of being accountable. I think accountability works well for us in our private life to become better than we are. I think accountability works well for us in business. And I think accountability works well for our school system also, because when you're accountable, then you achieve to do better. There's an old saying that if you shoot at nothing, you're sure to hit your target. And so the President has outlined a target for us to shoot for, and we have to make sure that we're focused in on that or we will never hit it. So I look forward to this. There's a lot of opportunities. There's obviously concerns. We're here to listen to that and try to figure out how we can make California the best educated students in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, let's go ahead and move right into our hearing. If any member would like to make some opening comments. All right, let's go ahead. And we have the President of the Senate who is with us today. He has enthusiastically accepted the invitation of this committee to step forth and to answer the question, what is at stake for California. He needs no introduction. He's been a champion for public education and the rights of students and families to have that goal and to go for it. President Darrell Steinberg, thank you so much for joining us today and for your strong leadership on understanding what education means for us all.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me thank you for your leadership and dedication to the education of our children, most especially your efforts and commitment to help turn around low-performing schools. Senator Subommittee and the other members of the committee, Senator Huff, Assemblymember Brownlee, all of you who are taking the time, but more importantly, who have dedicated a lot of your legislative attention to this most important issue. I thank you. You get asked all the time, what's the most important issue in California? Lord knows you can choose a number of issues, but it's always a very easy answer for me. And it's not just to say education, because that's too easy. But it's to say that our greatest challenge and opportunity, in my view, is to create a high-wage workforce in California. And you only create a high-wage workforce if you are linking reform to our education system with the rest of California, the business community, the public sector. And we create a set of systems and incentives that allow us to know that young people, regardless of their interest and aptitude, are going to gain the education and the training they need to be able to compete in a higher wage economy. And so here today is an incredible opportunity. And I agree with Senator Romero. We can't miss it. We are here today because the California Senate takes the Obama administration's challenge seriously. We do not want to be bystanders in the race to the top. The stakes are just too high. Perhaps as much as $1 billion in federal funds are conditioned to some degree on changes the Obama administration has asked us to make in the way we run our school system. I say to some degree because that's one of the key points here, because interpretations vary on what is needed to make us competitive for these funds. And part, and I'm glad you emphasize only part of the charge here today, is to bring us closer to an understanding of what we need to do and how to do it well. But it's not just about the $1 billion. This is an opportunity to recognize that too many students and too many schools are failing. There are also great examples of success, and we ought to tout them, highlight them, and replicate them. But we can't responsibly rest until we know and work to ensure that every student has a path to success. The stakes are high. The opportunities are just as great. We have a chance here to re-examine choices we have made in the past, to reflect about whether laws and limits we have created are truly in the best interest of the 6 million children in our public school system. And Senator Romero, you and President Obama and others have rightly been asked to focus our efforts intensively on those schools that have consistently lagged behind. We've been asked to get serious about giving those children what they most need and deserve, the very best teachers, highly qualified teachers that we can find. But there's no but to the commitment here. But I think it is important to point out that as important as it is that we enter this race and run it fully and with strength, it is even more important that we don't run it blindly. We should not be so thirsty for the federal money that we'll do just about anything to get it. There are critical questions to be examined about how we responsibly identify great teachers who are so needed in our struggling schools, and how we identify those teachers who aren't doing a good job, who could be doing a better job with more training, or who may not belong in the field. There are critical questions which you have identified about the appropriate use of test scores. We have I think it is important to point out, learned hard lessons that if we hang our hats too much on test scores, other important priorities like dropout reduction, writing, and higher order thinking skills sometimes too often get left behind. We have to be careful that we do not inadvertently create disincentives for teachers to work with students who are still learning English or those with special needs. The opportunity now and over the year is to build a broad set and a broader set of student achievement data to measure the results we want. And I think it's also crucial, as you pointed out in your opening statement, that we don't get so micro-focused that we forget that the real challenge is how do we assure that the lowest performing schools, those schools that are largely found in the highest poverty areas of California, have the most qualified teachers. This has been a problem and a challenge that has been ongoing for decades. If you live in a community that's high poverty, there's a darn good chance that 20% or more of the teachers in your school are not credentialed or qualified. We need to look at the distribution of our teaching force. The point is that this conversation is going to require a significant amount of nuance. And I am counting on this committee, and I'm confident that this committee will approach it with that kind of care. The feds have asked the states to get stakeholder consensus and buy-in for their reform plans. This will take some patience and some open minds. But let's be clear on where we all must agree. Letting kids languish in underperforming schools is unacceptable. Our dropout rate is a disgrace to this great state. Our economic vitality depends on an education system with more resources, but also a focus on better outcomes than the one we have now. Let us approach this, as I know you will, this great challenge aggressively, but with eyes wide open. And let's make sure that we lead the nation in not only doing this, but doing it in the right way, in a way that other states of this country will happily follow. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Pro Tem Steinberg. Any questions? All right. Thank you so much for your leadership.
I ask for an aye vote.
All right. Let's hear from the Office of the Legislative Analyst, Jennifer Kuhn. Please step forward. Thank you for, as always, being our counsel of service, and we look forward to your presentation as to what's at stake for California.
Thank you. Jennifer Kuhn from the Legislative Analyst's Office, and I'm here with my colleague, Jim Soland. And a handout will be coming around that's just entitled Overview of the Federal Race to the Top Grants. And this is just intended to provide some context. So what I hope to do in 10 minutes or less is to tell you what money is on the table, the money at stake if you don't take action, the time frame, the window you have for taking action and the repercussions if action isn't taken. Walk through the specific race to the top criteria, what's needed and what's not required but would make the state more competitive. And then the final page is a summary that lists all of the criteria organized by legislation required or not, as well as some indication of the fiscal impact. So turning to page 1 and starting with the amount of money that's at stake. Up until this point, most of the conversation before you has been around formula-driven federal grants. For the last several months, you've been talking about stabilization funding, Title I, IDEA money. This is all formula-driven. California is expecting to receive about $6 billion in ARA formula-driven funding. California is already qualified by and large for this money. The conversation now is turning to the competitive portion of ARA. There's about $5 billion nationwide that is up for competition. That $5 billion all falls under the umbrella of Race to the Top. Race to the Top has 3 specific components. The largest component is $4 billion in state incentive grants. This is largely what you'll be focused on this morning. There's also a small piece that the federal government is thinking about setting aside, $350 million nationwide to focus on standards and assessments exclusively. And then there's $650 million in district innovation grants. These are grants that school districts themselves can apply directly to the federal government for. The money before you this morning, this $4 billion, is a state competition. California will apply for it directly. There are a variety of factors that will depend on how much California gets. If it applies, if it's approved, California likely would get somewhere between $500 million and $1 billion. One of the most important factors will be how many other states apply. Right? If every other state applies and is approved, and California gets a proportional share to student population, it would qualify for about $500 million. If far fewer states apply, obviously its grant amount would be likely to increase. The federal government's also indicated that it will take into account the actual cost of implementing a state's plan. So the more extensive its plan, the more costly it is, the likelihood would be that it would get a larger award. If California were to give money in terms of distribution back to the field, half of the money that it gets would need to go back to the field based on its Title I count, a district's Title I count. The remainder of the 50% could go out on a different basis that the state would determine. By and large, a good chunk of that extra 50% would still go out to the field. The state can hold on to a piece of it if it wants to do infrastructure, data reform, et cetera. There's no sort of cap on how much it can keep of that remaining 50% to do statewide initiatives. In most cases, or virtually all cases, districts that get this money will have to agree to implement the state plan. So what ends up in the state plan approved by the federal government, districts will have to say, we commit to doing these things. So there's been some talk if this money, Race to the Top, a grant that California could get, would be linked to other federal funding sources. And so page 2 is just an effort to outline some other stakes, other sources of money that might be at stake. Obviously, if California doesn't apply for Race to the Top, it doesn't qualify, not approved, it foregoes somewhere between the $500 million and the $1 billion. To give you some context, right, the entire K-12 budget is about $67 billion. So this is very roughly 1% of total K-12 resources on an annual basis. The federal government has indicated it will link this pot of money to some other sources. The clearest guidance of this is with a federal program called the School Improvement Grant Program, the SIG program. The federal government is making a larger investment in the School Improvement Grant Program than it has in the past. So in ARA, there's about $350 million set aside in SIG grants. This is an outstanding, an ongoing program. So in the 9-10 budget, there was $65 million for this program, and the president is proposing to almost triple that next year, so California would receive something like $180 million. In total, there's about $600 million in SIG money that could also be connected to these Race to the Top priorities. Now, some folks have thought the federal government might hold some of the stabilization money, some of that formula-driven money, if California doesn't competitively put an application in for Race to the Top. This I would suggest is maybe unlikely, because stabilization funding is connected to the magnitude of state budget cuts. And California clearly demonstrated that it took budget cuts. It actually had such severe budget cuts, we used up all the federal money on paper for 8-9 alone, let alone for the 9-10 cuts. So while the federal government has not yet allowed California to pull down all of its stabilization money, it still holds on to about $700 million that California qualifies for. It's probably likely that the federal government will allow California to pull down the remainder. Having said that, the Obama administration, like virtually every presidential administration, is likely to take these types of Race to the Top priorities and weave them throughout any elementary and secondary legislation that appears over the next several years. Just as the Bush administration back in 2002 reauthorized the Elementary and Secondary Act, called it the No Child Left Behind Act, folks have lived with that for a period of time, it's very likely that that act will be reauthorized in the near future and that these kinds of priorities will continue to appear. So this is really a beginning of a conversation where you're likely to see more of these priorities discussed in the future. California gets about $4 billion in annual ongoing money for special ed and low income and school improvement. So if you add up all of this money, we could be talking about as much as 10% of the K-12 education budget moving forward. Again, money that's not likely to be taken away from California now, but where California would need to probably make a good commitment toward those priorities to keep continuing to get the same level of funding moving forward. So the window to act. Whereas you've heard a bit on the stabilization program that there are 2 rounds of funding, there are going to be 2 phases, distinct phases connected with the race to the top. The first phase is happening now. So there's going to be a public comment period ending any day now, and then the feds will release a final application, and as soon as they release that final application, states will have 60 days to turn an application around. So in terms of the state having to give something back to the feds, we're talking somewhere toward late October through late December would be the state's window. Now, if a state can't act or does not act in phase 1, or if its application is turned down, it can sort of remain in the hopper and reapply for phase 2. So it doesn't necessarily mean California would be out of the game entirely. It would buy itself some more time to make changes to its application. Likely that second phase would open up in the spring of 2010, so it would buy itself a few months. Programmatically, if California doesn't act in phase 1, there are 2 small there are 2 requirements with a slight increase in stringency related to assessments and standards. In the first phase, the state essentially needs to have some intent. They intend to participate in a consortium that will develop common assessments, or they've already formed an agreement to participate and adopt common standards. In phase 2, it has to give the federal government a copy of the common standards that its consortium has developed, and it has to be actively participating in the consortium to develop common assessments. So slight increases in stringency because there's more time that will have elapsed. Those are the only 2, though, so not a major hurdle if California doesn't act in phase 1. Fiscally, there could be an impact, but it's very uncertain as of this point. You could imagine, theoretically, all 49 other states apply in phase 1, and maybe something happens to the money where there's not a lot left for phase 2. But the federal government has said they will run 2 phases, so presumably they will leave some to phase 2. It's just unclear, will they leave $2 billion or $1 billion for all states to compete for? Page 4 is just a list. Obviously, as any federal program, this is a long list of requirements that any state needs to fulfill. These criteria can be put into 3 basic categories. A state needs to meet them. If a state meets them, they score points. And if they do them, they get either bonus points or they look better, but they don't actually add any points. So just going to spend a minute walking through those 3 categories. This is really the heart of the conversation. What does California need to do to qualify for this money? So page 5 are the most important in that these things need to be done to get California into the game so they can even compete with other states for funding. There are 2 eligibility criteria. The first is that California has to have its second round stabilization funding application approved. This is something that would happen over the next few months. Whereas the state earlier this year, in April of 2009, when it got its first round funding, it just had to assure the federal government it would pursue its priorities. It signed a sheet of paper that said, we assure you we'll do these things. Now the federal government has come back and said, you need to give us you need to report in 33 data areas so that will be our assurance that you're meeting our priorities. And so the stakes are a little bit higher. The state now has to report in these 33 areas. We don't think this is an insurmountable problem. Even if California can't give really clean data, it can presumably give the federal government something that would be adequate and then improve as it goes along if it's not doing a great job of collecting that data now. The second that you've already spent some time talking about this morning is that a state must not have any legal barrier to connecting student and teacher data. And then finally, a state also needs to have a plan in place, what they call a coherent and comprehensive plan for addressing their 4 reform areas or priorities. These are in the areas of standards and assessment, data, effective teachers and principals, and support for struggling schools. These are the 4 reform areas that, again, you'll see woven throughout this conversation, as well as presumably throughout any legislation at the federal level for the next few years. So looking at this sheet, it would take legislation to remove any legal barrier. Everything else likely could be done administratively. So there's only really one area where the legislature would need to be proactive. On page 6, these are the things that, again, once California's in the game, once it's removed the legal barrier or satisfied the federal government that any barriers have indeed been removed, then it enters this scoring point stage. This essentially is a menu that you can look down and say, which of these things do we want to pursue to make California as competitive as possible? If there are a few areas that seem particularly difficult, you probably just want to look for a few areas that seem like they could be addressed within the next few months. A state does not need to meet all 19 criteria. It needs to make itself competitive, score enough points that the federal government takes the application seriously. And then finally, on page 7 are those other criteria. You're going to hear less about these because it's probably going to be a challenge for California to get in the game and start scoring points on the other selection criteria. But if it were to do that, or if it had some concerns that it hadn't earned enough points on the selection criteria, it might go after a bonus point, and it can get a bonus point if it has an initiative that's focused on science, math, engineering, technology, a STEM initiative. It can get an extra point. And then it won't score any extra points, but the federal government would take its application, would deem it more attractive if it did one of 3 other things. If it, for example, connected K-12 data to health data. That would be beyond anything else that's been required, but would make California look more advantageous. If it did a better job of coordinating K-12 schools with workforce employment agencies, it would score some more points. If districts devolve some decision-making down to the school level, again, maybe not something the state needs to do, but if districts were doing that and the state could demonstrate that was being done widespread, it would score some not score extra points again, but be deemed more attractive. So finally, the last page is the summary sheet that I mentioned. And just to a few final comments on what this is intended to reflect. Right? It identifies that something probably has to be done. Something should be is likely that something should be done in the area of student and teacher data. In the other category of the competitive category, again, this is where you put together your reform plan, what you want to see happen over the next month and legislatively, and then being implemented over the next several years. So it's sort of a menu of things to develop your own game plan. You'll hear later this morning the governor's game plan, and it really comes from picking and choosing among this list. No legislation likely, these items fall in this category for a number of reasons. Something like the second round stabilization funding or making funding a priority, no legislation is needed. It's already been passed by and large. There are some where the state already has deemed these priorities, effective teachers, for example, the achievement gap. And there are some that could be done administratively, at least initially, like common standards and assessments. The final thing on the cost is this is not a state cost. It would be if California were to give $500 million, of that $500 million, how much might you need to devote to doing the things you've identified on this game plan? It could be that some data things are relatively minor cost. You might already have some money devoted to it and need a few $1 million more. It could be you want to create a new STEM initiative or a new induction program for teachers or a new principal alternative pathways. These are local programs. To canvass the state, you would need much more. But in any case, we would suggest writing the language carefully so it's clear that this is amount of race to the top money that you're designating for these purposes, both because of the state budget situation as well as just to avoid mandates, that these don't become 15 new requirements for districts to file mandates, but that they have this source of funding. This is a plan that has costs associated with it and funding identified to cover them. So that's just an overall context for these grants.
Are there questions? Assemblymember Brownlee.
Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, I think when we are looking at reform and change, we want to make sure that that reform and change is sustainable. And so I'm wondering, within the context of what you've just presented, in terms of the scoring and points and so forth, where is there, I guess the first question, is there an assessment for looking at how particular forms would be sustained over time? And if there is that, then how would that be scored in some sense?
This does get to a related set of questions. In the federal government, for example, when you look at the budget for our annual grants in 2010-11, the year coming up, California's federal funding streams are essentially flatlined. So the state isn't to expect outside of Race to the Top or outside of ARA, I think at this point, a large infusion of extra federal dollars to help implement the ongoing costs of these initiatives. From a purely fiscal perspective, I guess we would suggest using them as initial investment. So if you want to do data projects to link to preschool or to the university system or to employment agencies, that this can get you well on the way toward doing that. Now, at that time, you would have paid the startup costs, which would be notable for doing those kinds of things. Presumably, the maintenance and ongoing costs would be somewhat less. And it would create some out-year pressure, so you would be figuring out what in your state or federal stream you could designate to those things. I think that being conscious of both the near-term and the long-term fiscal impact is important. It's not as many of these things are long-term. Having said that, many of them are high-level policy. So when you're talking about using data to evaluate teachers, not necessarily a huge cost. Especially because the infrastructure in most places, districts and the state, already exists. So because some of it is a policy call, you don't need to be especially concerned about the long-term cost implication. But clearly in some instances, if you create a STEM program and you do it for more years than you can cover with this allocation, you'll have to revisit the issue in 6 years and figure out, can you keep it going?
Let me, Senator Huff.
Just a real quick question. You mentioned that if we did not qualify for the first phase, we could queue up for the second phase of funding in the spring of next year. Has there been any indication at all that there would be a percentage allocated in the first phase or second phase?
You know, we haven't come across it, so we're hoping that maybe the federal government will give some additional guidance, clarification on if there would be any fiscal impact for not acting in phase one. As we understand it now, it's just uncertain.
So it is possible that if there is the state response that's, overwhelming, that the money could be drawn down in that first phase and not much available in the second phase?
I mean, theoretically, yes. I mean, theoretically, you could imagine a dozen other states that have fantastic proposals, and the federal government decides to distribute 90% of the money so that when California competes in phase two, there's just less to go around. Yeah. Now, the federal government hasn't said that states will be particularly disadvantaged if they wait, so it is a bit of speculation.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hancock.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I heard correctly, you're saying that this possibly should be considered as one-time money because there are no guarantees that if systems are put in place with ongoing costs that there will be federal money coming to continue these programs. Is there a percentage indicated by the federal government of how much initially can be held at the state level and how much really will need to go down to the classroom level?
Yes, I think it's definitely right to think about this as one-time money. So say California got $500 million in one-time money. $250 million of it would have to go out to the field. The state could make decisions about the remaining $250. It might, after it's gotten approval, decide to spread it across a 3-year period, connect it to some data projects that would take a number of years to fully implement. Maybe it saves $25 or $50 million for that and gives the rest out to the field in some other way. Now, having said that, the state does get annual ongoing federal money. And when you just look at No Child Left Behind and IDA special ed money, it's about $4 billion. So there is money out there. The state would have to either reprioritize what it's doing with its existing money or work with the feds to come up with some agreement as to how to rework it. So it's not impossible for California, obviously, for California to find resources to maintain some of these projects. It would just require a revisiting of its priorities.
Okay. Is there anything in the grant that encourages or discourages spending the money on health services, say, for students, or parent education programs? Some of
I don't think
factors
there's
like
any
that?
prohibition, yet there are so many requirements, and none explicitly addresses it. For example, not only wouldn't we get regular points or bonus points or appear more attractive, it would just be something else in the application. So no prohibition. It might just not, again, push California up to being the most competitive or more competitive.
Okay, and then just finally, it looks to me from your outline that it will be difficult for California to make stage one, simply because unless we have a plan that's already drafted, and we have 60 days to get a plan approved after the final guidelines are announced, and that's expected to be shortly, so that we're on a very tight time frame.
Yes, I mean, the saving grace might be that every other state's in the same position. So although it seems ambitious for us, it's probably seeming very ambitious for them too.
Oh, do you have any kind of a predicted start date for the 60-day clock?
It won't. Public comment is ending August 28th. It's going to take the federal government some time to digest all of those comments, figure out what changes they want to make, and release the draft. You could imagine easily that would take a month, right? They need to do due diligence to digest those comments. So if you said it took a month and the clock started ticking September 28th, you would have until the end of November to turn around the application. It's probably actually, from your perspective, the special session and how long it will go and how long you want to devote to it, and everything else will be done administratively.
Great, thank you.
There's an old adage that says the early bird gets the worm, and I sort of think that's what's been dangled out there, and I still abide by that. But and I think Senator Hancock asked some very important questions in terms of the time frame. It does seem right in front of us, but I think it also underscores the urgency by which we need to move. If we were to wait for phase 2, there could be the very real concern that the money is gone. The worm's been chewed up and spit out. But also, even if we were to wait for phase 2, that's also a very quick turnaround time. Because as I look at your schedule, I mean, we're probably talking about having an application that would be ready in February, probably. So there's not a lot of time difference, I think, in terms of looking at it overall. Finally, let me just ask, and thank you for underscoring that the stakes are quite high in terms of looking at other federal dollars that potentially do come to California. This is one application, one shot, right? And this is going to go through the state. I know that at least there's one school district in California, the Los Angeles Unified School District, that is petitioning to be considered separately and to sort of enter into their own opportunity to compete for the race for the top. For your understanding at this point, that is not the case. This is this would be something that would be offered to a state, and it's the state to act jointly.
Right. LAUSD, as any other district in California, has the opportunity to apply for that $650 million in district innovation grants. It can do that directly. And then it will get a piece of whatever California gets in the state incentive grant. Half of it will go out to LAUSD based upon its Title I count, and it's still very likely to get a piece of the remaining state incentive grant, because most of the time the state filters this money out to the field. So there are sort of two opportunities for districts, one that they can do of their own initiative and one that they'll do in coordination essentially with the state.
Thank you. Any other questions? Assemblymember Nastande?
Thank you. If I understood what you said earlier correctly, that this is a one-time application, but also be prepared because this is going to be weaved throughout the following years of the administration, or possibly 8 years, as some people would like. So it seems prudent for us to start the process now because, as you said, it's going to be weaved in through the years coming appropriations. Is that correct?
Right. And you could see trying off of this page, whether it's the last page, figuring out what can be done over the next month or however long the special session will go, and try to pick some of the areas where you think agreement can be reached and that will work to the state's advantage with the federal government to qualify for the money. There might be things you don't get to, and you sort of put it on an agenda for next year, the year after that, because these things are likely to be, California will live with them for a while. These are the priorities that the federal government is voicing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and let's move on. Thank you very much for your report to us on what the stakes happen to be. Let's go to panel number 2. Does California have a firewall that disqualifies the state for Race to the Top funds? Let's bring forth Amy Schweitzer. She's Deputy Legislative Counsel. Thank you for agreeing to be here today. And we were contacted late yesterday by the Attorney General's office asking if a comment could be made today. And we have with us today Benjamin Riley representing the Attorney General. Let's go ahead and begin with Ledge Counsel.
Good morning. I'm Amy Schweitzer from the Office of Legislative Counsel. We limited our research to this question to Subdivision C of Section 10601.5 of the Education Code, so I'd like to speak with respect to that subdivision. The opinion of our office is that the Federal Secretary of Education has broad authority to administer the federal statute and to adopt regulations pursuant to that authority. And so if he finds that Subdivision C is a statutory barrier within the meaning of the proposed federal regulations, then it is a barrier for purposes of Race to the Top.
That's the power of the office. All right. Well, that's concise. For being a lawyer, that's concise. Well, why don't we, are there any?
Yeah, could she repeat that 30-second spot again?
If he says it, it's true.
If, in other words, if at the federal level the statement is made, it is true.
Well, unless it's a clearly erroneous interpretation of the regulations and the federal statute, he does have the discretion to find that.
Thank you.
Through the
Senator
chair.
Alquist.
So how do we define a clearly erroneous interpretation? And how much time would this all take?
Well, Senator Alquist, my name is Chris Dawson, also from the Office of Legislative Counsel. The federal statute, ARA, gives the Secretary of Education broad administrative authority. He's promulgated, he's proposed regulations. These are not final regulations, but proposed, and they are themselves very broad. General principles of administrative law hold that the administrative authority to dole out this money, if he is looking at the statute, in our case, the 10601.5, particularly Subdivision C, the one we're looking at, he stated that in the proposed regulations that there be no barriers to linking the teacher and student evaluations. Looking at all these things, it's our conclusion that he has broad authority. He could legitimately deem this to be a barrier which would make us ineligible for this money. So clearly erroneous would be that there would be just, it would be completely out of left field. And that's clearly not the case here.
Senator Subommittee.
Thank you. Your name again?
Amy Schweitzer.
Your position again?
I'm a Deputy Legislative Counsel.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we talking about the paragraph in the bill that I authored?
SB 1614?
That would be the one.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think a little history might be in order to place both the comment and the questions in context. Many of you will recall that our predecessor, Senator D.D. Alpert, did great work in putting CalPADS into law back in 2002, I believe, in order to establish a student database. Pretty clearly, if you're concerned about student achievement, student performance, you need to have a database that looks at students. I followed up with my effort in 2006, which was to create something we call CalTIDES, the teacher database, which is what 1614 is designed to do. The paragraph in question, and the reason, as the chair correctly noted at the outset, I've called this a tempest in a teapot, is distracting, I think, from the core mission in terms of data use and accountability here in California. So from my standpoint, apart from the issue of access to federal funds, I'd like us to refocus on things that really matter in terms of kids' performance in the classroom, which I think is the purpose of this conversation and the federal funding effort. The conversation back in 2006 went something like this. Come on, folks, let's all get around the table and finally agree that we need to have a teacher database system here in the state of California so that we can find out what works and what doesn't. A couple of quick examples. I think we were spending something like $500 million a year on staff development during the boom days earlier in this decade. It would be nice if you're going to spend $500 million a year to know whether or not the staff development has any impact on what goes on in the classroom. You can't do that unless you've got a teacher database that allows you to say, you know what, these 500 teachers went through the staff development program we're paying for, these 500 didn't. Is there any difference in the performance in the classroom? Or maybe there's difference for some staff development programs, but not for others. Another thing we spend money on is class size reduction, $1.8 billion, I think, the last time I looked. And so if you're going to spend $1.8 billion every year, when you're hard-pressed, you might like to know, was that actually producing any results in the classroom? We know it's wildly popular with teachers and with parents and with kids, but are we getting results? Or are we only getting results maybe with lower deciles, which is my own suspicion, not with upper deciles? But again, you'd like to know that. You'd like to know all those things, both because you've got an obligation to spend taxpayers' money carefully, but also because if we're never going to have enough money, back to Senator Huff's point, we're never going to have enough money to do all the things we would like to do, then it becomes even more important that we spend what money we have wisely. So, back to 1614. Come on, folks, let's all get around the table and talk about what we're going to do. And I want to tell you, everybody got to the table. It was an impressive effort on the part of a lot of stakeholders who often are like this, and they said, no, this is important. We're going to get it to work. And that included, as I say, stakeholders from wide-ranging points of view. And what I loved about the group of folks around the table is you had folks who would typically be considered from the left, folks in the social justice community who wanted to make sure that their kids were getting what they needed, and folks from the business community and from more conservative parts of the state who said, we want to see some accountability, not only in the education arena, but in terms of how the dollars were spent. Back to the paragraph. During the course of these conversations, some of the folks from the teachers' world said, you know, we're a little nervous that as you're creating this statewide database, you're talking about creating a statewide database so that the state of California can start to make decisions using that data about compensation, about assignment, and about promotion. Oh, no, 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 says I, as the author of the bill. We don't do that at the state level. You know that happens at the local level. Well, we're concerned, said some of the teachers, that this could be misconstrued and that people will think that we're going to start doing evaluation and promotion and compensation and assignment at the state level. Easy solution, we all agreed. We'll just put one little paragraph into the bill that says we're not going to do that. There was no intention at the time, nor do any of the committee hearings or floor debates reflect any intention at the time, to preclude local school districts, roughly 1,000 strong throughout the state, from using data to make those kinds of decisions, consistent, of course, with their own collective bargaining agreements. So what we've got now is an interpretation by the federal government that a paragraph that was designed simply to say, we don't do these functions at the state level, is somehow a firewall prohibiting people from using the data at the local level, which we know is not the case, since later this morning we're going to hear from some districts that are using data for those very purposes. What you've told us is all of that may be well and good, Senator Subommittee, and I know you appreciate my lengthy history on the bill, but at the end of the day, if the Secretary says, if you don't change the paragraph, you don't get the dough, the Secretary gets to say that. Is that pretty much your view?
Well, Senator, if I can respond to that, I think you make a very good point. I think after reading the proposed federal regulations, and again, they are just proposed, so we don't know what the final regulations are going to say, but I think after looking at those, you can infer an intent on the part of the Federal Secretary of Education that the state play an active role in evaluating teachers. The whole purpose of the Race to the Top program may be for the state to do this. And so I think that while local educational agencies may currently be authorized and are performing these evaluations on a local level using local data, if the purpose of the Race to the Top program is to have the state play this role, then this could be interpreted as a barrier.
I don't interpret what we're hearing from the feds as a call for the state of California or any one of the 50 states to suddenly insert itself in the evaluation, promotion, compensation, and assignment decisions that are historically the function of local governments. I do interpret what I'm hearing from the federal government to be a very clear direction that they want to be absolutely positively crystal clear, no explanations from you, Mr. Subommittee, allowed. They want to be clear about the fact that if a local district wants to use data consistent with a collective bargaining agreement for those kinds of decisions, they may do so. And I suspect that they not only want us to eliminate the language that we currently have in law, but that they'd also like an affirmative statement saying that data may be used in those instances. And the chair knows that I have Senate Bill 19 already queued up because it came through this committee. It's over in the Assembly, after having gone through Assemblyman Brownlee's Education Committee, for just this purpose, because there are $250 million out there that we haven't talked about yet this morning that's designed to help us grow and improve data systems on a national level. I wanted California to be eligible for those funds from the beginning of the year, so SB 19 was the placeholder that we moved through the system as we've done with other pots of federal money. We now have the guidance we need. I've taken SB 19 off the inactive file over on the Assembly side and have put forth amendments that will address just these issues, including not only a deletion of the paragraph in question, but an affirmative statement that speaks to the ability of local education agencies to use such data consistently. That and a few other tweaks to make sure that the law works as we had hoped, I think should address this problem. But your takeaway, which I'm entirely cognizant of, is at the end of the day, if the Secretary says you don't make the change, you don't get the money, I think he's probably got the authority to do that. The reason I call it tempest in a teapot is I think it really misses the larger set of issues, which is that California, through that legislation and then 1298, which we passed last year and which Senator Steinberg and I were joint authors, is moving much more rapidly than we have in the past, still not fast enough in my view, but much more rapidly than we have in the past, to actually create the kind of data system that the feds are calling for. And again, my thanks to Senator Romero, because you are the principal co-chair of, principal co-author of SB 19, which is currently over in the Assembly. Thank you.
Let me ask on this, as we look at the language, and this is where I hope we can talk about plain language, and Secretary Duncan does call for us to talk about plain language. My hope is we don't have to try to interpret what is means. As we look at the paragraph, data in the system shall not be used. There's not a proprietary definition there. So could it be construed that shall not be used by whom? The state is not particularly mentioned, neither is an LEA. So it's it's vague on that sense. And my hope is that we can just cut to the chase and be very clear about if it means removing it, clarifying, whatever. But to some extent, when I read that, there is confusion. And I'm not a lawyer, but there is confusion to me as just a layperson. I don't know if we are talking about the local education agency. Is it your opinion that perhaps it could be construed that an LEA? And the reason I ask this as well is that, and I appreciate Senator Subommittee in giving us the backdrop, but we also have schools for the deaf. We have state schools. We have state schools for the blind. We've got Division of Juvenile Justice. We have, and we may be seeing more and more, restructured takeover schools. We may see districts in trusteeship. I mean, sort of the possibilities continue as we start taking a look at many of the variations of our LEAs. Is it your opinion that this paragraph could be construed by the local education agency that they can't use it either, for which case I would ask, then why are we putting money into building it?
It's our opinion that that prohibition in subdivision C could be construed to prohibit both the state and local educational agencies from using CalTIDES data in the system. However, that does not, in our view, prohibit the locals from using their own data to make these teacher evaluations. So as far as CalTIDES data from the system, we do think that it's an across-the-board prohibition.
So with state schools for the blind, would they have their own data system?
I don't know that.
Okay. And those might be questions we could ask at a later point. But at the end of the day, there's confusion. The head guy in Washington gets to make the call. So we can continue arguing, but it's your opinion we might be deemed ineligible for a reason, and then we have to make the decision then, do we want that overall? All right, let's go on then to our next presentation. Benjamin Riley, Deputy Attorney General. Thank you for being with us today. Why don't you I'm going to ask you to stay, please, in case there's other questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to...
If you could please press the red button. Thank you.
You can tell it's my first time. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to members of the committee and to your staff for making the arrangements so that I could appear on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General today. I was going to say that my remarks were going to be very brief, but Ms. Schweitzer sort of set the bar high on that, so I'll continue here and say that
That's our goal.
at the outset, I am not here today actually to answer the question this panel presented or to offer any specific legal opinions.
But you cannot confuse us further.
Well, we'll see. Instead, I'm here simply to convey our office's concern that the proposed federal regulations related to the race to the top are overbroad, in particular, the language we're talking about today, the language that says that, quote, any barrier to linking data systems will be an absolute prohibition on California's eligibility for race to the top funds. We think California's Race to the Top application should not turn solely upon the so-called firewall related to one data system, CalTIDES, that is currently in development and won't be operational for another 2 to 4 years. So our office feels the education community should continue to explore this issue and with caution and making sure that all relevant stakeholders, including those who are closest to the students, their voices are heard, the teachers, the principals, and the parents. As we know, California has long been a leader in innovation. We've already developed strong content standards. We've already developed assessments that are tied to student achievement, and we've built a robust system of accountability. And we think those efforts shouldn't be discounted, and we look forward to working with you in the days ahead.
Thank you. Questions from the committee members? Senator Huff?
It sounds like what she said trumps what you said. That's all I wanted to make. It doesn't really matter whether you think it's overly broad or not. If the Secretary of Education says, you know, we think you're out of compliance, take away the firewall, then if we want to apply, you know.
Well, I haven't seen Judge Counsel's opinion, and I can't say one way or the other if I agree with it or not. What I can say is, as I believe the LAO analyst pointed out, the comment period on the proposed regulations, remember these are proposed regulations, they haven't been codified yet, is still open. And they won't close till Friday, and there will be changes to them at least on some administrative level. We don't know when the deadlines for applying are and things of that nature. So it's possible that the requirement will change.
Okay.
Assemblymember Brownlee?
As part of this whole application process, in terms of race to the top, the Attorney General has to sign off on the application, is my understanding. And so in the context of what was just said from the Attorney General's office, I guess I don't really understand it at some point if we do apply for this application. He just said what he said. I'm sure there will be a further investigation or further ruling on all of this. But what you have just said, how would that apply to a sign-off, or it would sound like you would not be in a position to sign off with that opinion thus far? No?
Let me clarify that, because there's two separate prongs that's happening here. The first is the creation of the federal requirements. And so that is what I'm here today to speak about, and our concerns that we have with the eligibility requirement as drafted. Separately from that, California, if it chooses to apply for a Race to the Top grant, will have to prepare an application, and then our office will have to certify the legality of that under state law. That's a separate analysis from the federal requirement.
Thank you.
Senator Subommittee?
Again, on this point, I won't be quite this vocal on other matters, but on this issue, since it's near and dear to my heart, I take your point. There's a certain lack of clarity or specificity in what the phrase "any barrier" means. Does it mean our systems our hardware is inadequate to the task? You know, seems unlikely, but I suppose you can make the case. Does it mean the door's locked and nobody can get in unless they go to the custodian and get the key? That seems even more far-fetched, but I suppose that would be a barrier to using the data as well. I want to underscore again, though, the frustration that I expressed a few minutes ago. Folks, this is not a real debate. This is much ado about nothing. There are important issues that we're going to be grappling with over the course of the next couple hours and over the course of the next few months. This is the easy one. This is the easy one. We've got a debate about what a paragraph means. Some of us think it's being misread. Some of us don't. Some of us think it could have been more artfully drafted. Some of us don't. But I've not heard anyone say, oh no, 1,000 K through 12 school districts in California shouldn't be able to use their own data to make these kinds of decisions pursuant to a collective bargaining agreement in their districts. I've not heard anyone make that argument. So that piece, this piece that we're discussing now, we can tidy it up and move on to have a serious discussion about serious issues that will have real impacts on kids' lives in the classroom. Because as much as people would like to pick a fight with me on this issue and with the state of California, I'm just not interested. It's not a serious debate. So let's sort out the drafting, move on, and deal with serious issues.
Thank you, Senator Subommittee, for telling us how you really feel. And I appreciate the hard work that you've done. I think it's also a cautionary note to every one of us. Be very careful when we write our language. Some other legislature will come back and double guess us. And so my hope would be, especially given that we do have in the Education Code Section 44662, which expressly mandates, it's a shall. I think this is, again, too, out of crisis comes opportunity, an opportunity for us to get our language straight. If there's a confusion, and if the big guy in Washington says it's so, then it's so, and to go ahead and to clean up the language and move forward. So we'll look forward to continuing in this vein. Any other questions before we move on? All right. Thank you very much. Let's go on then to, where's my agenda? All right, let's take a look at what the plan could be for winning the race to the top, and are we ready to go? We have with us the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Jack O'Connell. We have the Secretary of Education, Glenn Thomas. We have the Program Budget Manager, Department of Finance, Jeannie Oropesa. And we have the President of the State Board of Education, Ted Mitchell. Welcome. Thank you for being with us today. I know you're very busy with your time. Superintendent O'Connell, let's begin with you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, and thanks for holding this hearing. It's very important. This really is a unique opportunity for us to comment and to systemically improve our public education delivery system. A global economy and increasingly sophisticated workforce have, in many ways, fundamentally changed what our students need to know, what our students absolutely must know, and be able to accomplish and achieve. In that context, the race to the top competition really does, I believe, have the unique potential to usher in a period of bold and far-reaching structural reform of our entire nation's K-12 public education system. Here in California, on the heels of decades of reform, just most recently, I saw a good article in the Sacramento Bee editorial today that I'm sure the committee is familiar with. It's seen a steady increase in student achievement for all of our students, all of our subgroups. And I really do believe that the race to the top funding and the competition does represent a unique opportunity for California to take our efforts to the next level. In fact, the $4.35 billion in total funds available really is geared towards specifically a system of changes, the kind of much-needed changes that we strongly must consider if we're to continue to increase our student achievement and if we're to continue to work on closing the achievement gap. And if we're going to ensure that each and every one of California's children is effectively prepared for the challenges that he or she will face in an encounter in the global marketplace. This grant that you've been discussing here today is the largest amount of money ever offered by the federal government to specifically focus on our systems of education. And that said, we know in California this is not a ton of dough. But every little bit helps and can help lead us towards a systemic reform that we need. Any monies won in this competition will not be used to cover operational costs, won't be used to backfill money that school districts have lost out on as a result of the dwindling state economy, lower property taxes, and will not be used to supplement existing programs. Though, to be clear, we all must figure out a way to get desperately needed additional resources to our schools. We all recall and have discussed at various times the clear conclusion of the study that was requested by the legislative leadership, the governor's office, and myself, the Getting Down to Facts study, which concluded that we need both reform and revenue, and that one or the other would not be sufficient. We need both. And in today's conversation, it gives us a great opportunity and a great avenue to discuss reform. But we also have an obligation to our students to find new ways to increase much-needed revenues to our ailing public school system on the financial side. After reviewing the Race to the Top application, while there are some things that I'd like to change, and we have been communicating regularly with the federal government, I agree with their four main areas of focus. I believe it's the right conversation to have and correctly focuses on how to increase student learning and how we can close achievement gaps in California. Let me also emphasize that I'm fully confident in our collective ability to succeed in this competition if we work collaboratively to make sure that we make the best case possible for these funds and for the appropriate reforms that they can, in fact, work for our students. Make no mistake about it. This is not a cause for any one person, not for any one group or any one organization. We're all in this application boat together. So we will either all succeed together or we will all fail together. If we push through legislation or simply attempt to promulgate regulatory reform over the objections of our stakeholders, then we will not really have succeeded. I am not, however, advocating a race to the lowest common denominator. We must be bold and force conversations that make some of us uncomfortable, but we must do so in a fashion that puts the needs to our students first. Make decisions based on student needs first. The competition calls for four specific reform areas, as this committee knows. Firstly, it calls for states to adopt Common Core national standards and assessments to prepare students for success in college, for success in their careers in the workplace. California has long been a model for setting high standards and a strict measure of accountability. Our standards are world-class and recognized by other states and other countries as such, and for setting these high standards and a strict measure of accountability. But this is a unique opportunity to work across geographic boundaries in order to achieve these international benchmarks for our standards and to ensure that we are all ready for this hyper-competitive global economy, all through a process driven by the states, not the federal government. I also share your and the governor's commitment that doing so should not take one step back from the high standards that we have set for all students in California. That's why I'm committed to being part of this national conversation. Secondly, using the data, and there's been good discussion here this morning in our schools, to me really does make sense, because it allows for informed and targeted decision making to have a greater impact sooner on improving student achievement. But our conversations about data can no longer simply focus on what kind of data to collect. Frankly, as I talk to my colleagues in other states, while we are here in California still debating what information to collect, other states are now having the right conversation about how to use that information in order to improve. That's the conversation that this competition now, I believe, allows us to begin in earnest. How to better serve the needs of the most diverse, mobile, and challenging student population in the country. Thirdly, we must work closely with school and school district officials when confronting the matter of low-performing schools. The state clearly has an obligation to ensure that each and every student is being well served, yet there is a strong body of evidence, quite frankly, here in our state, that state intervention in local schools is ultimately not all that effective. These tough decisions must be done in concert with the state and with local educational communities, and I want to make sure that our application reflects this reality. In addition, I'm pressing the federal government to change their restrictive set of interventions. I do believe strongly in our local educators and think that they can best design effective plans, but we need to provide better guidance and remove barriers that might exist for them in their efforts. Finally, and I think most importantly, it is exactly right to focus on effectiveness, because at the end of the day, all that really still matters in learning is all that goes on in our classrooms, each classroom across the state. I agree with the administration that student outcomes should and must be a part of an evaluation process, but I only support it because the race to the top is about systemic change, not piecemeal change. I would never, ever support any evaluation of our public educators based solely on the California standardized test and reporting, what we call the STAR program. Our state assessments were not designed nor developed for that purpose, and using this single test would not provide an accurate evaluation of the work being done by anyone in our public school classroom. Each of these points is part of the whole of our application for the Race to the Top funds. We cannot fulfill one or some or any other combination of these, no cherry picking, of these requirements. It is very much a case of address all and meet all the requirements or none. It is a tall order. We know that. But we are all capable. And if nothing else, we have an obligation to make sure that we are eligible for receipt of as many of these funds that are possible. We're going to have to change some state laws. I think we will have to have serious conversation, discuss the firewall issue that you have just talked about, the charter school cap, which has been well documented, and the authority to intervene in low-performing schools. In addition, the regulations. We're going to need the continuing help of the State Board of Education. I'm pleased that the President of the State Board is here, whom we enjoy a very close working relationship with, and those practices that they and the jurisdiction that they have, promoting ideas such as the growth model rather than the arbitrary status bar that have been contained in No Child Left Behind, contained in adequate yearly progress, clearer rules around authorizing charter schools, and additional data reports. We're going to need serious conversations about the way that we have been doing business and how that's going to change. Without question, all of us here today, and your very impressive list of witnesses and the organizations that they represent that are following us today, all of us are going to have to look within ourselves and ask the question, is my issue area, my focus, more important than the whole when it comes to providing that quality education for the 6.3 million students in our public school system? These are by no means simple tasks, no means simple black and white answers, but in the end, I do feel that we will have the ability to come together and shed our individual differences and work toward our major commonality, and that is the future of our children. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Superintendent O'Connell. Secretary Thomas.
Thank you, Senator Romero. California students have an incredible opportunity. The Obama administration has put together the largest pot of discretionary funding for education reform in U.S. history, $4.35 billion in Race to the Top funding. This could mean hundreds of millions of dollars for California students. But right now, our state can't compete for that funding because we're not even eligible. Governor Schwarzenegger is absolutely committed to ensuring California gets every possible dollar from the federal economic stimulus package. That's why on Thursday, he rolled out a set of reforms needed to bring California in compliance with the requirements for federal Race to the Top funding. These policies are important not only because the Obama administration has required them to be competitive for Race to the Top, but also because they're good for California, and they're good for California students. Many of these are reforms and policies that the governor has pushed for in years past, and he's standing with President Obama and Secretary Duncan to enact reforms that will help us improve student performance and ensure that all California students have access to world-class education that they deserve. In order to get these funds, we need to be both eligible and competitive, and we must address all four issue areas which Superintendent O'Connell just touched on: data, improving accountability, recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers, and turning around struggling schools. So just a quick note on each of these four areas. The Obama administration has pointed at California, saying that we have no good way of distinguishing good teachers from bad teachers. Connecting student and teacher data increases transparency in our education system, helps us identify and support effective teachers and administrators, provides a foundation on which to base our policy decisions and to base our teaching practices, and ultimately ensures that we provide the best possible education outcomes for our students. So the governor's proposal tears down the data firewall that prevents these linkages and builds out our state longitudinal data system, including K-12 and higher education data systems. These requirements we must address just to get our foot in the door for these funds. Secondly, improving school accountability. As educators and policymakers, it's critically important that we prepare our students for success in school and beyond. Modifying how the state measures performance helps us more accurately track student and school progress over the course of a year. This, in turn, helps us ensure California can make continual improvements to our education system. We've advocated for a growth model of accountability for years in this state, one based on individual student data. And now we have the chance to rapidly move forward with that task. Thirdly, recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers and principals. Alternative pay schedules reward teachers who are consistently doing the toughest jobs and those who are consistently doing a terrific job in the classroom. It highlights effective teaching practices and creates incentives to improve education delivery overall. Moving towards a growth assessment model also means we have a better picture of how a student is progressing and of a teacher's effectiveness. But I would note, just to clarify, the state will not be evaluating teachers. The state is not the employer. Local education agencies will bargain locally through their agreements on how that teacher evaluation system will be carried out for their district. Fourthly, turning around struggling schools. Transforming schools that consistently and persistently underperform increases the overall quality of our state's education system. Enacting stronger turnaround measures for the lowest 5% of schools helps ensure all our students can reach our state's high academic standards. As you know, charter caps are prohibited in the race to top requirements, so the governor has proposed to eliminate the cap. He also proposes giving parents more freedom to choose the school that best serves their children. Together, these four broad areas of reform reflect both the governor's and the Obama administration's priorities on education reform. And what's at stake here is not just the race to the top funds. The Obama administration has clearly signaled that these four areas of reform will provide the framework for the reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So we have millions of dollars on the table now, but very likely billions of dollars in the future that we need to start preparing for now. In fact, we've been told that other states have already developed their applications and they're already competitive in all 19 areas. So our strong feeling is that California needs to address all these areas. U.S. Secretary of Education Arne Duncan has said that our state once had the best education system in the country. He asked, is California going to lead the race to the top, or are we going to lead the retreat? As the governor has said, this is California. We believe in our students. We believe in our teachers. We believe in public education. And we will lead the race to the top. We must lead the race to the top. Every child in every one of our classrooms is depending on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Thomas. Ms. Oropesa?
In an effort not to try and repeat everything everybody said several times, I just want to briefly lay out what the governor's proposal in terms of legislation that we believe we need to have in place in order to not only apply for the second round of the state fiscal stabilization funds, but race to the top as well. So we must remove the firewall that the Secretary for Education believes we have in statute. We have to address the needs of the lowest persistently performing schools, and that's about 500 schools in our state. We must eliminate all barriers from allowing students that are in those schools from transferring to other schools. We must lift charter caps in an effort to comply with the reform efforts to address those interventions in those lower performing schools. And then finally, we must have authority to develop or revise existing plans to meet all the different criteria that's required, including the 4 assurance areas that were just mentioned. Specifically, I think our data needs quite a bit of work in linking the K-12, preschool, higher education, and as far out to workforce as well. And those are the main components. There are 2 additional bills that are out there that we think also are necessary. Specifically, there's a bill that would help develop the assessments and a framework for assessing students in terms of value added. That is a key component that we need to have in terms of determining highly effective teachers. And not only that, it also is necessary to help those same teachers improve the performance of students. We must have a system that allows quick turnaround in terms of data assessment so that we can help the teachers help students improve, as well as principals. We also need to ensure that, at a minimum, we have access in our data to link to the current evaluation systems that every single school site has for their teachers and at the district level for the principals. So there are several areas that we believe we do need specific legislative authority in order to pursue. We have been working collaboratively with the Department of Education, meeting every week and having conversations with the federal government every week. And it's very clear to us that we need all of these components if we stand a chance, not just in round 1, but in round 2. And we continue to start developing all the paperwork that's necessary to fill out the application. But unless we have this authority and work collaboratively with everyone, we're not going to be competitive in either round.
Thank you. President Mitchell?
Thanks, Senator, and thanks for hearing us this morning and setting this hearing up. It's terrifically important. As my colleagues have already said, this is an unprecedented opportunity for the state of California and for the students of California. And we must not, we cannot, and we shall not miss that opportunity. Jeannie mentioned, and the superintendent also mentioned, that this Race to the Top application must be a collaborative enterprise, and that we, although will differ from time to time and moment to moment on some of the particulars, I do think that if we keep the big goals in mind, we can step over those differences to create an application that's worthy of California's history and worthy of our aspirations for our state and its education system. That collaboration is exemplified by the 4 of us who are sitting here today. And Jeannie mentioned, and it's been extraordinarily encouraging to all of us to be working together, as Jeannie mentioned, on a weekly basis to identify the issues that we need to address, to come up with strategies and tactics to do that. California's application will be strengthened by the diversity not only of our state, but of the diversity of points of views that will be brought to bear in creating that application. And those strong, hearty, healthy discussions and disagreements will help us create an application that is first and foremost best for California, and second, highly competitive nationally. I want to reemphasize a point that Secretary Thomas made earlier that I think runs through all of our conversations as we've thought about Race to the Top. And that is that no one involved in these conversations supports a system that is mindlessly slavish to student performance data as measured by a single test. We are all encouraged by the opportunity that we have to move to a growth model. We are steadfast in looking at teacher effectiveness in a holistic way and not solely on the basis of a single data point. And no one has even raised the possibility of the state taking on the role of gauging or measuring or promoting or firing or providing professional development for teachers on a statewide basis. That is and should be and will be a locally bargained matter. The final point that I'd like to make returns to a theme that I think will run through our conversation today. Senator Hancock raised it in connection with the use of one-time money. Superintendent O'Connell talked about the ways that we will not use it to supplant other resources. But the point that the administration in Washington has made consistently with us, publicly and privately, is that the 4 assurances that are named in Race to the Top and the kinds of structural realignments that are required in the documents that we're talking about today aren't just about $4.35 billion, but really are the basic architecture that the department is working on in its development of the reauthorized Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So this is about ongoing federal money. And what we have is an opportunity to use one-time money to get a head start on that program. And it is, as I said at the outset, an unprecedented opportunity. And I believe that California, with your help and with the collaborative efforts of the department, the governor, the state board, maybe the attorney general, we will succeed and be one of the states named in the first round of the Race to the Top funds, and in that we'll take our rightful place as a national leader in education and education reform.
Thank you so very much. This is quite an impressive view from our vantage point, seeing 4 key leaders who are going to be major architects of this plan, of course, with the involvement and participation of all in this room and all who have an interest. The questions come up, phase 1, or do we wait for phase 2? Are we like to hear your thoughts?
I think it's very important that we apply in phase 1. First of all, as Ted and Jeannie and others have mentioned, this lays the basic groundwork. Secondly, if we're not working on these areas now, the hill gets much steeper. The mountain gets much steeper in the spring. For example, Jack talked about the standards. Right now, we're participating in the Common Core development, but in the spring, we'll be put upon to adopt those. No easy task. We want to be in there now participating. There's many reasons to be in there now. Money is one, but these basic policies are ones that we've talked about before. Most all of these topics have been ones that we have talked about in various arenas. In some cases passed a bill, but in other cases we've at least discussed them. We know they're the right ones if we can just craft the right movement. The governor very much wants, that's why he called a special session, put these pieces in place right now.
All right. Concurrence?
I really do, Madam Chair. We have the timeline here. I think you have a copy of the proposed timeline for everybody. I think Jim's nodding his head yes. It's ambitious, but we believe we can meet it. And we've had extensive meetings already with folks in D.C., a meeting with about a dozen superintendents just last Friday in my office. We've been meeting with all the stakeholder groups. I totally agree with Glenn. We need to try as early as possible. It's ambitious. We can meet it.
Excellent. So
Absolutely.
phase 1, ready to launch.
Yes.
Just from my vantage point, too, I think the issue of you don't know what's going to be left over for phase 2 is an issue. I also think it's imperative. I mean, we're California. People are going to be looking to us, and I would imagine as well we can also play a very strong leadership role on all that we have to showcase, because we do have great, innovative examples in California. There's much that we have to do, absolutely, but I think we have an opportunity to demonstrate what California has done, what we need to do, and how we're ready to take that on and move forward. The other thing I would just raise, too, and this is as a legislator, is we're a full-time legislature. A lot of states don't have this. We already hear out there in California that there are calls for a part-time legislature. At least for me as a legislator, it would seem to me if we can't get our act together with a full-time legislature in a special session when there are no other committees or anything else going on, then to me it sort of adds fuel to the fire of then why shouldn't there then be a part-time legislature? And I'm not in favor of a part-time legislature, but I think it's also incumbent upon us. I mean, the voters are already angry with us as they are, but I think this is also an opportunity to show that that we're serious about education excellence, and we are going to join with all of you at the table who have concurred to say we can do it and we can be ready to go phase one. All right, questions, comments, thoughts, outbursts? I noticed that I said outburst, Assemblyman Nastanda, but I think it was just coincidence of timing.
Actually, just a comment to Superintendent O'Connell. If, as the highest elected official in the state, school official, if we were to base your performance on recent student performance, you deserve a raise. So regardless of your collective bargaining agreement, you're good. So, thank you.
Is there a second to that? Jeannie, will you help me with that? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? If I can just ask one more question on this one, and this is again too in terms of looking at going back to that tempest in the teapot issue. Our schools for the deaf, our schools for the blind, our divisions of juvenile justice. Those are the ones in particular where we have students. At one time we had 10,000 students. Of course, it's dwindled, DJJ. In terms of this question about, and again, listening to the lawyers come up and say, given that subsection C is silent, it could be construed that LEAs are prohibited or that there is a firewall, and listening to the Ledge Council opinion could be construed since we're silent, which party. I keep going, and of course, because, I have a very strong interest in our incarcerated youth. Where do DJJ students fall into this? Are teachers represented by SEIU, are those teachers evaluated by Department of Education? I mean, that's the state. So I'm just kind of curious as students who can sometimes fall through the cracks, I think, because most students are in local education agencies, but we do have, I know we have unique school districts, but they're overseen by the state, correct?
I think technically they are state employees employed by the different agencies. They do have a separate bargaining unit, but all of those students are tested, and they are required to be tested. So when we implement the new growth model, they will be tested as well. And as we interpret the federal law, it will require all evaluations to be based on this growth model, value added, and they will not be an exception. They will be all a part of that. But right now, I think it varies by agency.
And I understand because we're focusing on the student, but going to that question of Duncan's language, whether it's statute, regulation, anything else, that's what I'm trying to understand, because these are students that we usually don't talk about, but if these students fall in the any category, then, what occurs? Superintendent?
We want to, that's an argument for the longitudinal data system. I can actually find a meeting that occurred, Jim was probably over with then Superintendent Honig in 1980 talking about a longitudinal data system, and that we'll have the full CalPads up and running here shortly, so 30 years later. But it's important that every student now has a student identifier, and we will be able to follow and track the progress of the students. The discussion today has been on students, as it should be, but it'll also help us with programs like incarceration of our youth, the Youth Authority, and what happens to these students afterwards. Jeannie talked about the longitudinal data system, not just starting at kindergarten, but pre-K, and she's right. It should be easy for us to do with state preschool run programs, and that's something I'm a strong believer of. And then eventually, we want to be able to track that all the way into community college, CSU, and UC. And then also many of our social services. This comes into the issue, in my comments I talked about, we've commented in the closure for the comment periods Friday for the federal government. We have raised a couple of points in our comment period. We'd be happy to share. I don't know if you have our comments, but we're happy to get them to you. That'll be easy. But one of the points that we talk about is a little bit more time for California in the final application process, the whole black box concept. What other state agencies can we actually talk to can we utilize? Social services that are available for our students. The California Youth Authority, what other needs do those students have? And yes, for the operations facilities that we run in both Riverside and Fremont. So, I mean, that's part of this comprehensive longitudinal data system and the information that we can glean from that.
Absolutely. Assemblymember Brownlee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, you heard the debate and heard Senator Subommittee's response to the firewall issue. I'm just wondering from the panel if you believe that to be a viable solution.
We believe it is, and our legislation will address the very issue and eliminate that provision in law.
I agree.
Jack's interpretation is, the non-lawyer, is that, having read it, and I remember the issue, and I think it was artfully drafted because everybody left the meeting thinking that he or she got what they wanted. And that's what we're paying for today. But I concur that we don't need the legislation. But if it helps to clarify the legislation, we'll be supporting that legislation.
Good, good. And that's where, again, I raised the question with respect to especially DJJ, because, I mean, we do have different sections of the code. I mean, 44662 says, thou shall do this. The other one, the subsection C, says, thou shalt not. And that's where I'm wondering, with our youth, in the Division of Juvenile Justice, their education goes on, absolutely part of looking at the student database. But then that was the curiosity for me. Well, we've got our teachers, very committed teachers, working in our Division of Juvenile Justice. But the question was, okay, how then, if we move forward, removing the firewall, having these codes be effective, how then would these teachers in the Division of Juvenile Justice be evaluated? And that's where, to me, it seems that subdivision C perhaps may be a barrier to a small group of teachers in California that are run by the state. And I would think schools for the blind, schools for the deaf, and certainly the Division of Juvenile Justice. So it just seems that even if there's a small group, that any statutory barrier is a barrier from which we could become precluded. But I'd look forward to more clarification as we go on. But I'm pleased to hear that, hopefully, given that we already have this mandate in another section of the code, that the subsection C really should not be an issue at this particular time, I would hope. Right? All right. Any other closing comments? Senator Hancock.
Thank you, Senator Romero. I actually have a couple of questions that were suggested by the testimony. And one is, again, our commitment to ongoing funding of some of the new things that may be required for a competitive application. And I guess that might be to Ms. Oropesa. Yeah, for example, the LAO has named 2 areas where legislation is likely to be needed to make California more competitive: effective support to teachers and principals, and turning around struggling schools, and identified those as having major costs of maybe more than $100 million annually. How are we going to weave into a plan for one-time money legislation that will have ongoing costs?
As Ted Mitchell mentioned, this is intended to be startup money to help us with the high cost, in particular with the database system and setting up the statewide structures. Our hope is that by intervening in these low-performing schools, that'll mitigate the amount of money they're spending now currently for remediation. There's a lot of money that we spend over and over for the same students and still have not found effective ways to help these students improve, whether it just be reading or math or whatever their situation may be. But we think that if we truly are able to help the system as a whole, that will save us money in a lot of different areas. I think further, part of where the budget ended was we will be paying schools $11.2 billion over the next several years. So those monies, by the time the federal money phases out, those monies can be used to invest in our schools. And I think finally that there is an expectation that the federal government will increase the amounts of monies that they're providing for Title I and special education and other sources. So our expectation is, as we commit to doing all the required activities that the federal government is requiring, that they too invest more in states, including ours.
Okay, so basically we're counting on the feds to continue funding
in our investment that we know we owe schools $11.2 billion.
Okay, I mean, given the state's not very good track record in turning around low academic performance in the high-poverty school districts that it has taken over, I don't know that a new data system, which the LAOS identifies as having minor costs, not major costs, would cover the major costs needed to support teachers and principals and to intervene in low-performing schools.
Part of what our data system currently has the inability to do is that immediate feedback. The feedback that the teachers actually need for the classroom individually.
Diagnostic testing.
And diagnostic test. All of those things cost money. Those are the types of things that we're going to be investing in and paying so that the districts don't have to make that investment. So even though there was an identification of a small cost for the system, I don't agree that that's true. We have not yet linked all our data. We have not yet perfected our systems so that they're transparent and that they're available to the public, parents, teachers, you all and us that have to make decisions on, daily basis. So those are the kinds of things that we really need to improve upon. And part of why we have not been effective is because we can't help districts identify where their shortcomings are. And we don't want to point at teachers. We don't want to point at principals. We just want to point out what is necessary to help the system improve.
Okay, I'm concerned, let me say, about the ongoing real costs because of intervening in a positive and supportive way with our teachers and schools. And then President of the School Board, Ted Mitchell, you're the first person that actually talked about evaluating effective teaching, say as opposed to highly qualified teachers, however we may interpret that. And I wondered if you could say a little bit more about that and how we might look at a growth model and supports for teaching and learning that could help us evaluate that and create more effective teaching.
Sure. I'll give a try, knowing that there are people who will follow us who are far more qualified to talk about this than I am. I think that when we think about when Secretary Duncan talks about effective teaching, and when we look at the Race to the Top guidance as it's currently written, there is an enormous concern with making sure that we put California's most effective teachers in classrooms with students who need the best teaching. How we do that, how we identify teaching effectiveness, is, I think, one of the issues that we stumbled on a little bit earlier about whether the state is going to be defining effective teaching, and I think that our analysis so far says no, that is a district responsibility, and that effective teaching and the supports to increase the effectiveness of teachers begins with a combination of observation, of the analysis of student performance, a growth model, and a longitudinal database system together will allow us to begin, not to complete, but to begin moving toward a value-added, to use the term of art, a value-added way of calculating an individual student's academic growth from one year to the next, and thereby to begin to associate various teaching practices with greater gains in that system. So I think that that's one of the ways that Jeannie was talking about it, that the data system will help us a robust data system will help us think about teaching effectiveness in a more subtle and sophisticated way. And then on behind that need to be, as you mentioned earlier, the kinds of supports and professional development that are associated with both disseminating practices that are shown to be effective and helping teachers who may be struggling with one or more parts of their craft. Because as you well know, teaching, especially teaching in challenging circumstances in California, it's daunting and multifaceted.
Yeah, why would any teacher choose to teach in a low-performing school with students with facing enormous challenges if they are going to be evaluated in the same way that a teacher that teaches in a high-income school?
Well, they shouldn't be, and I hope nothing I said suggested that would be the case. It would be foolish and wrong-headed for us to have a one-size-fits-all teacher assessment program either in the state or even within a district, which is why, quite frankly, I said in the middle of my remarks that no one at this table is talking about a ham-handed teacher evaluation system that says your students scored X on the STAR test, and so this is your salary for the year. That's just not in the discussion even.
And I think the importance of having a growth model does allow you to measure somebody that brings a student up from 0 to 10 and can measure that growth, where right now it's either pass, fail, or you're proficient or you're not. And so that's why we're happy to go to a model that way, because it can measure and can incentivize teachers actually wanting to go to those low-performing schools, because it's much easier to help those students make some progress than to sometimes hold the high performers at what they are. There are some definitions, though, that the federal guidelines do have in terms of how you define a highly effective teacher, an effective teacher, and then those that are not effective. So they do change those definitions from what highly qualified teacher used to be under No Child Left Behind. Right. So those are in there.
And okay. I guess I'd just like to say one more time that transparency and visibility into student performance is an important aspect, I believe, of a teacher evaluation and support program, but it cannot be the only one, should not be the only one.
Right, and I think we all are interested in expanding the definition so that we don't focus exclusively on teaching to the test, which is something that many parents find very troubling about their perception of the instruction that their kids may be getting. Are we planning specifically also to link the longitudinal data with health data, income data, the existence of social supports for families, so that we can identify wraparound things, auxiliary things that may in fact impact student achievement?
I think to some extent we already use some of the data from social services to help determine meals and so forth in schools. And I think that's a direction that this is going. Initially, they want us to link preschool, K-12 to higher education and beyond higher education. And that's kind of where it leaves off, but I think that's ultimately where we're going to end up in having all the additional components. Can you just give
Short answer is yes.
Okay, because we need to know if we need to be funding that or making sure that that support is coming from some other place. And then just finally, what controls is the administration looking at as we move to increased charter schools or privately run schools? And I noticed that LA just took a major step in that direction yesterday. In terms of transparency, public disclosure, financial statements of interest, and whatnot.
So several of us have mentioned, the speakers before and now, that removing the cap is one thing because that's viewed as a requirement, but also increasing accountability for charter schools, the transparency of how they're operating, and easing revocation procedures at the state level if needed, are all part of this package to support good charters and to begin to hold higher accountability for the lower performing charters.
Okay, thank you.
And on the cap, Senator, the cap today, my recollection is about 1,350, about 1,350 schools would be eligible. It goes up 100 a year, and we are in a neighborhood of about 700 charter schools that are up and running. Approval for a little bit more than that, maybe 750, 760. So we're not there, and candidly, I doubt that we ever would get that. It's going up 100 a year.
Senator Alquist, let's move. She'll have the last questions, and then we need to move on to the next panel.
Just some statements. As one who ran for the school board in 1983 on a platform of accountability in the Cupertino Union School District, and having been a former teacher and a former school counselor, I know that it's really important that we have an accurate picture of where a child is before we can even talk about where a child needs to go. I like the one really new idea I'm kind of hearing is the growth model. Commend you on that. And also it strongly suggests that in looking at our children, at all our children, and also really our children in the low-performing schools, that we not only look at their academic behavior, but their learning styles. We look at their learning disabilities, health disabilities, all the kinds of factors that are going to influence. Because as Assembly Member, as Senator Hancock said, why would a really good teacher want to be a teacher in a really tough, low-performing school if the model for assessing that teacher and that child does not take into consideration all of the factors that make for a difficult situation, but the opportunity for great growth? Thanks.
All right, thank you. I know we've kept you over the time that we had allotted. We very much appreciate it. We look forward to working with you to get ready for phase one if we can so move so quickly. Thank you so much. Let's move on to panel number 4. This is now grading Race to the Top. We'd like to hear teachers' perspectives. And we have with us today Marty Hittleman, who's president of the California Federation of Teachers. We had invited A.J. Duffy, president of the United Teachers of Los Angeles. I understand he was not able to join us, but we have Greg Solkovitz, who is the vice president of Secretary-Treasurer of UTLA, Pat Rucker, who is the legislative representative of the California Teachers Association, as well as Ed Hartel. He is the Jacks Family Professor at Stanford University. Please step forward, and let's go ahead and begin with Marty Hittleman. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Romero.
Thank you.
These are some comments from the California Federation of Teachers on the race to the top. And it's interesting in California where we're in a race to the bottom that we're discussing this after the huge cuts to education that have been made in the last 2 years. First of all, we need the right reforms, not a series of bright ideas which are not research-based, not a wholesale imposition of the latest fads. We agree there should be a vigorous debate, but not the federal mandates before that debate has taken place. It takes more than the ability to fill in bubbles to be considered an educated person. This is a core value. The Secretary of Education is proposing that a state must not have any legal, statutory, or regulatory barriers to linking data on student achievement or student growth to teachers and principals for the purpose of the teacher-principal evaluation. That has been going over all morning. It's clear that our teacher and principal evaluation is done at the local level and that there is no barrier to doing that. And therefore, we believe that California should be judged to be in compliance with this requirement, clearly. In any linking of student scores with teachers, their privacy rights must be protected, and their students' privacy rights must be protected, both by school districts when using the data and the state when allowing access to researchers for that data. We are concerned that the governor and legislators of California will succumb to the temptation of increased funding while at the same time giving up traditional state and local autonomy in the area of education. We believe that many of the requirements of the Race to the Top, if implemented, will turn out to be detrimental to the education of our students. We believe that it is unwise for California to accept and for the federal government to impose changes that have not been shown to be productive. It is one thing to try new ideas. It is another to impose them before they have been shown to work. Just a side note, it has also been shown through research by the Educational Testing Service and others that only 20 to 30% of student test achievement is based on what happens at the classroom school level. That's 20 to 30%. The rest is correlated to what happens in homes and communities. This result has been known since the Coleman Report was issued in 1966. We believe that the emphasis on standardized tests is misplaced and destructive. Multiple choice tests in math and reading do not address the real goals of education. Teaching to the test not only narrows the curriculum, but tends to destroy any love of learning. When tests drive the curriculum, instruction suffers. It is not fair to teachers, students, and schools to have standardized test scores as the main determinant of teacher and school quality. It is not fair to have high-stakes decisions on these test scores. Anyone who has spent much time in the classroom will tell you that one day's performance is not a valid indicator of a student's mastery of his or her school year curriculum and growth, especially when the student themselves do not take these tests seriously, since they have no impact on them. This is why educators use ongoing quizzes, tests, written assignments, and portfolios to determine how much a student is growing. Not only are children's performance on one standardized test not a valid measure of quality, but it is unfair to determine things like compensation and dismissal based on these test scores. Such an approach will cause some teachers to fight for the easiest group of students to teach in order to maximize pay. This is just not a productive approach. Using student growth data to reward effective teachers and principals just is not productive. The use of student growth data to reward effective teachers and principals is highly controversial in the field of education and is not at the level of a standard that is well accepted in the profession. It should not be imposed from above. If local unions and school districts wish to negotiate such provisions, that should be their decision, and they should be allowed to make it. As one of our members wrote, it is not that teachers do not want to be held accountable or work hard, and it is insulting to insinuate that by dangling a few dollars in front of them, they will somehow work harder and teach better. The fundamental reason that student outcomes should not be used to determine teachers' worth and pay is that there is no way to apply them meaningfully and fairly. We do not believe that standardized assessments should be the predominant factor in teacher evaluation. The limitations of current testing instruments to capture the full range of learning as well as the instability of value-added measures is evident to anyone who has actually studied the issue, not just read their local newspaper. Research has so far shown that those value-added models that have been developed to date provide measures of student learning that vary enormously from year to year, especially for individual teachers, and even more so for teachers in small classes and small schools. Effective teachers do not exist within a vacuum. They exist within a school culture and environment that nurtures and develops their talents. Accountability can no longer be focused on teachers alone. All members of the school community, administrators, teachers, parents, and school staff must be held accountable for creating a school environment that promotes teacher and student success. Teachers need resources to include the time to collaborate with their colleagues around student achievement data if their students are to be successful. Teachers and students will not thrive in an environment that is not conducive to teaching and learning. Therefore, in order to foster shared responsibility, measures for assessing schools' teaching and learning environment should be developed and included in a teacher evaluation system. Reasons for the annual instability should be easily understood by persons who have experience in actually teaching students. Substantial statistical noise in both the pre- and post-test years, from small sample size, test measurement error, sampling error, and change in the classroom and school environment outside the teacher's control. Testing periods that include 2 teachers but the results attributed to only one. when tests are administered before the end of the school year. Non-random assignment of students to teachers. Some teachers, some of the best teachers, and some of the newest teachers are assigned to the hardest students to reach, or assigning the best performing students to a teacher and then grading him or her on percentage increases makes no sense. And the failure in some value-added models to include student background and the fade-out of prior teacher effects during summer break. When you test at the beginning of the year, you've lost all that content, and then there's a change. There's also the obvious problem of judging improvements when students are taking a course such as biology or chemistry when there are no beginning levels of knowledge in the subject. CFT supports the use of reliable and predictive data to improve schools and to inform instruction. In order to ensure that this happens, the criteria should specify that these data should come from multiple sources, including a variety of measures of student learning and contextual factors, not from one state test. Likewise, in order to improve instruction, the criteria should include professional development for teachers and principals on interpreting and using student achievement data gathered from multiple indicators. Furthermore, in order to truly promote the use of data to improve instruction, data must be accessible to educators in a timely fashion, and educators must be provided time to analyze the data and develop future lesson plans based on that data, preferably in collaboration with other teachers. With regard to charter schools, we believe that the heavy hand in favor of charter schools and the race to the top is misplaced. Most charter schools do not do better than regular public schools, and many of them do worse. A recent study has shown that only 17% of charter schools produced higher academic gains than the traditional public schools, and 37% did worse. The rest were about the same. If charter schools are to become the labs for new directions, they should be required to serve English language learners, students with disabilities, and very low-income students. They should be held accountable for academic achievement the same way that other non-traditional public schools are, and they should be financially sound and based on the same state standards as those prepared for traditional public schools. We have enough charter schools in California to do that experiment. We should not be lifting the cap. Any effort to close the achievement gap in our schools that does not address the conditions that children grow up in is doomed to failure. Schools can only do so much in the time that they work with students. Until this country and this state closes the gap in job opportunities at a livable wage, health care, and affordable housing, efforts for improvement in the schools will have limited success. In addition, you can develop all the best tests in the world, but if you don't improve the conditions in the schools that students and teachers operate in, the test scores will not improve. As the famous farmer said, weighing my hog accurately does not help it grow heavier. The limited goal of an equitable distribution of effective teachers needs to be broadened to ensure that all students are taught by a high-quality teacher. We have found that involuntary transfers are not a solution. Such programs have not been shown to work to improve high-poverty schools or hard-to-staff subjects. The best and only real solution is to make hard-to-staff schools desirable places for students to learn and for teachers to teach. AFT affiliates have collaborated with local school districts and other partners to address the problems of struggling schools. Our experiences indicate that schools improve and are no longer hard to staff when teachers are provided relevant professional development, support such as mentoring and induction, manageable class size adjustments are made, supportive principals are assigned, qualified and trained support staff are assigned, a voice in school-level decisions is present, and the schools are safe places to work. Moving staff has not proven to be a successful solution. It only makes things worse, and the disruption weighs most heavily on our minority communities. School systems need to identify the strategic mix of programs and professional supports that ensure that every school offers a positive environment for students and teachers. The responsibility for securing the resources and supports for the strategic mix must be shared by all stakeholders. And with that, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll hear from everybody, and then we can go into comments and questions. Mr. Solkovitz, welcome.
Thank you. I'm the secondary vice president, and so what I want to do is share a few comments. By the way, Mr. Duffy saw he wasn't able to be here today, but he has a few things he's trying to grapple with this morning. I was a 27-year classroom teacher. I'm now in my second year as a officer of UTLA. I taught for 27 years at a multi-track year-round high school that was 85% Latino. That is now a PI 5 or 6 plus school. We were a school-based management school until Roy Romer decided that top-down was the way to go and started taking away the local control. And we were a school that saw our school grow each and every year under the API. In fact, one of the years we qualified for some of the awards under Gray Davis's program, only the state had no money, so we qualified but didn't get any money, which is actually one of the things that I'm concerned about in Race to the Top, that it's a one-time grant of a very small amount of money. The state cut $17 billion from education. You're going to get $500 million on a one-time basis, half of which could be kept by the governor. The legislation is quite clear that he can keep 50% of that, which means that we might be rushing to judgment before regulations are written to get $250 million to spread over a state that has been devastated by the cuts of the last couple of years. And I guess in some ways it's kind of perverse. I was going to use the same phrase that Marty did, that we've really been engaged in a race to the bottom. I graduated in 1974 from Los Angeles Unified School District. We were third in this country in spending in schools. We had the envy of the world's educational system. We've dismantled this as we've had governor after governor and legislature after legislature take funding away and yet heap more and more on to the school system. I've got a daughter who's 10 and a half years old in elementary school. She loves teaching. I can always tell how her teachers teach because she has all her teddy bears set up and she teaches them in the living room. Every year she comes home now, puts up the tapes, and has the testing time because of all the standardized testing. But long story short, I will counsel my daughter when she gets older that she really needs to think seriously about why she would want to go into teaching as much as she loves to teach, because we are creating environments that are not going to keep teachers. It's why we have the high turnover in teachers, because there's no real support for teachers, and for that matter, most local school site administrators. Let me speak more to some of the issues I want to talk about. Part of the problem with the whole testing, and I know you guys have dealt with this, and I heard some really good comments by Ms. Hancock. Part of the problem with testing is that the system of testing we have in the state of California is kind of screwy. We get tests that were given at the end of the year before the end of the full semester, so the kids have gotten about 3/4 of what we've taught them. Those test results then don't get given to you till October, so you can't really use it to plan your curriculum for the next year. And kids don't take the test seriously. At Monroe, the reason we were PI school for so many years is we had to have subgroup. One year, the Asian students, about 175 students, our best students on campus, got together and decided to tank the test. And so they all just randomly bubbled decisions. I found out later because one of the kids, I heard him talking in my homeroom, said, "Why'd you do that?" And I said, "It doesn't mean anything to us. Why should we worry about the test?" High schools in particular, you've got test scores that I really wonder about the validity of because of the randomness of some of and some schools are really good about, iron proctors or whatever, and that's clearly something to look at. Secondly, because of this test score, we've seen this rush to have these periodic assessments to where kids are being tested all the time, over and over again. And even in my daughter's school, my daughter, like I said, loves learning, high-performing school, API over 800. They're being given test after test after test after test. It's like, I asked my daughter, "Well, what did you learn today?" And she, "Well, we had a test or this or that." And it's because of the pressure that schools are feeling, and that's my biggest problem with Race to the Top grant. Am I not naive enough to think the state's not going to apply for a grant that offers some money and offers some prestige at a time where we've been cutting schools, where schools don't even have nurses? We've got a swine flu coming up, and we don't have sufficient nurses throughout our school district to deal with this issue because we've cut schools so tremendously. No, I'm not naive enough, but I do think you all as legislators need to think, all right, the federal government's got one-time money in a time where they're running record deficits, where there's probably not a really good chance that you're going to see a whole lot of money coming out of the federal government in future years for education. We don't have regulations written yet. Those regulations are open to comment, won't be, as I understand it, finalized until probably the middle of October. Why would anyone, I know if I was to apply for a loan or a scholarship, I don't think I'd rush to apply it before I actually knew what the application looked like and what the conditions of the application were. And so this whole idea, we got to rush to phase one, we got to rush to phase one. I'm sorry, but I'm a little cynical about our governor. He's just devastated education, a nice way to shift the focus by going into something like this at this particular point in time. And I'm not saying he's not a man who's very well-meaning, because I'm sure that he cares very deeply about the students of California, as everyone in this room does. It's why I went into teaching. I have touched the lives of kids, thousands of kids. It's one of the things I love about Facebook. All my former students are getting in touch with me now. I see them all the time. I know I was an effective teacher. I taught advanced placement. I've got a B-CLAD. I taught these English language learners. But I'm telling you that there are so many things that I'm hearing here today that just give me the creeps as a teacher. And I think, my God, what are we doing to the profession? Instead of really sitting down and have a real, true dialogue about how we fix our problems. What do we do about the parents who really need help in knowing how to parent? Because that's the missing responsibility in all this we're talking about. Kids aren't really held responsible because there's no real indicator that goes to their test scores. But, you know, elementary kids and for the most part middle school kids like those test scores. So they kind of stay focused. And not until they get to high school that it becomes cool not to care about the scores. But we need to do something to deal with the issue of how to provide support to parents so parents can help kids learn. I've got a kid for 1 hour a day. And yet I hear that they want to base my pay based on kids' test scores or value added. I got kids who are gang members who are getting shot at or had 4 or 5 of their kids die in one school year, and I'm expecting we're going to have some sort of indication that because I've been able, I'm going to be held responsible for moving that kid from here to here, and if I don't, I'm a bad teacher. When that kid's had 5 kids die, a mother overdose, a father beaten up. These are the consequences of this. It sounds great and it sounds wonderful, but I'm telling you, I'm not going to be able to sit down and look at my daughter who loves to teach and tell her to go into teaching because we are destroying the profession with all the stuff we're doing, ironically enough, to improve schools. So all I'm suggesting is phase 2 application. Don't apply for a contract. You don't even know what it contains fully. And you know, we'll deal with the other issues. United Teachers Los Angeles, I'm working with the teachers of Garfield right now because the teachers of Garfield all want that to be a better school. They want that school to be as good as the parents want that school to be, and as secondary vice president, it's my responsibility to represent the teachers across the district. I'm working with the teachers at Washington Prep. I'm working with the teachers at Westchester. I have a commitment, we have a commitment as a teachers union to help schools improve because no teacher wants to not make a difference in the classroom. They're not going into teaching to be rich. But we need to create situations where we have teams, and I'm not sure this is the way to do it. Am I naive enough to say you're not going to apply for the grant? No, that's silly thinking because $500 million is $500 million, even if we only get $250 million of it. But nonetheless, I urge you to take some thought about what it is we're doing in the state of California, which used to have the greatest educational system in this country, bar none, and it's a very depressing thing to watch what's happening to it.
Let me thank you in particular for speaking, and if you can convey to Mr. Duffy, I understand, of course, he's got his hands full. I agree with you in terms of looking at parent responsibility, and I mean, I've certainly...
And it wasn't a knock on parents. I'm sorry, it wasn't knocking parents.
No, but what I do want to point out is that there were about 2,000 parents in the streets of Los Angeles yesterday, I think, wanting to take responsibility and wanting to have a greater oversight of their kids' education. So I think as we go forward, it's trying to reconcile and figure out, yes, we're all in the same boat together, but I just think it's one where in this time and day, we're seeing a major change in California with more parents stepping up to the plate, and if they aren't heard, they're out onto the streets to say we want to be held responsible for our kids' education. I know that's a long debate as well there too, but I did want to point that out.
We had a busload of parents from Garfield too, but.
And it's great to see, I mean, parents on both sides, but I think parents are absolutely stepping up and saying, you know, yeah, it starts with them. All right, let's go forth now to Pat Rucker, CTA. Thank you.
Good morning. The passion on a number of topics that has been displayed by policymakers, by teachers, by my colleagues who have been having these discussions for quite some time really does highlight the fact, and CTA's opinion, that we really do need to slow down in our deliberations about the application to Race to the Top. We need to think about ways to be strategic in the application that we submit so that we are putting a clear face on the state's goals and that we are figuring out how to not only fill in the gaps that will lead to improvement in the lowest performing schools, but then to understand the sustained effect of the decisions that we are going to be asked to make today. The previous panel pointed out that the focus of the conversations really needs to remain on the students. But the fact of the matter is, every single time up to this point that we've had a conversation about teacher effectiveness, the discussions about teacher effectiveness soon whittle down to the individual teacher as the single unit of analysis at the expense of defining the conditions for teaching and learning and what needs to be improved. Race to the Top asks California to participate in a consortium to develop and adopt new standards in less than a year. California already has rigorous standards. That's not in dispute. Adopting a core of national standards, or even just agreeing to participate in a process to develop and review our standards, is a distraction. It's a distraction from the core problems that California has in its assessment system and in the way we've chosen to align our assessments. You all remember the Algebra 1 conversation. The narrowness and misalignment of the way we test students in some of our grades and some of our subjects have to be addressed. And simply doing the work to look at our core standards and giving a wink and a nod to whether or not we're going to adopt them is purely a distraction. But that distraction becomes important when we then turn the frame back to teacher effectiveness. In sharp contrast to education in other places, testing in the United States does not foster innovation or curiosity. We have incorporated many opportunities for assessment with our students and in our schools, but we have failed to create educating assessments. We have failed to do the work to learn from what the assessments are trying to tell us. Race to the Top does not reflect a substantive change toward a more balanced approach in student achievement. There is no incentive for curriculum, instruction, and new materials that would challenge students to be creative and self-actualizing. If the end-of-course exam ends up being a paper and pencil multiple choice assessment, the results of those paper and pencil exams will be a substantial factor that defines effective teaching. Race to the Top makes scores on these performance assessments the substantial factor for teacher compensation, evaluation, and dismissal. Current tests are not designed, and they are not valid for the purpose of determining student success or school success, much less teacher success. Student scores provide no information about the conditions in which the learning occurred or the conditions over which the teacher has no control, like class size, like the composition of the students in that class, or the instructional resources that are provided to provide the instruction. Judging teachers primarily on student tests is a flawed process that has never been shown to improve teacher practices or student outcomes. The fact of the matter, given our narrow range of standards that are assessed by the blueprints that we define and develop, and the fact that the test items are not valid and they are not reliable for use as a metric for measuring program quality, we should consider what does it mean in our application when we say we are going to do these steps or take these steps either to adopt an assessment system, to align our standards, or to agree that, yes, we are going to go forward and create a statewide evaluation system that will use these metrics to define teacher effectiveness. We cannot sit in a meeting and talk about the gaps in our assessment system and then apply those same gaps in an evaluation system to evaluate effectiveness of teachers. Won't there still be gaps in that evaluation system then? Race to the Top imposes a system that allows others to generate conclusions about teacher effectiveness based on a simple, arbitrary line in the sand. Such a system does not acknowledge the holistic impact of a school system, including the contributions of other teachers. And finally, Race to the Top requires a flawed compilation of data points to be compiled into a robustly linked data system. There seems to be a little confusion about the data, how data systems work in California. I'll let it go with that, and we'll just continue down that road. And somebody will eventually tell us how our data system either works, is supposed to work, or we will come to an agreement about how we are going to make it work. But that's the reason why I am suggesting we need to slow this conversation down and be strategic in what we write in this agreement and in this application concerning our data system, what it will contain, and how it will be used. California does, CTA, I'm sorry. If the question had been if I were a governor for a day, I would have said this, but CTA does not support the expansion that Race to the Top suggests on the expansion of assessments tied to a core of standards that will, let's face it, be pegged to a lower level of rigor. Having said that, CTA does support a strategic state application that would focus on developing assessments that favor depth over breadth or an abbreviated blueprint. We support measures that look at higher order thinking skills that are performance-based. We just did the work to create a career technical education framework that allows those end-of-unit courses, those end-of-course examinations, to be performance-based assessments. How is that going to fit into this system, and how is it even going to be considered in your application, and how will those assessments be added to the matrix in our data system? None of those questions are being asked. That's why we're asking you to slow down and be strategic and also be diverse in looking at the elements of the conversation on assessments that we should look at. CTA supports multiple measures that include a range of assessment types that would evaluate a continuum of skills of achievement. CTA supports an assessment system that measures and encourages a focus on writing, research, scientific investigation, problem solving, all of those skills that are critically important to another element of the Race to the Top, leaning toward and moving toward the use of STEMs, science, technology, engineering, math, and science. That's also a priority in Race to the Top. It's very surprising to hear. People expect, and the press has always said, that unions naturally assume we would naturally be opposed to many of those things, so people will be surprised to hear a statement that begins with CTA supports. But let's be clear. Linking compensation to unstable and ineffective ratings simply compounds the difficulties that we are already having in trying to define what an effective teacher looks like, and in trying to create a highly qualified and effective workforce. Out of this fundamentally flawed system of standards and assessments, Race to the Top is already going to overlay then a new template that defines teacher and principal effectiveness based on this very flawed system. CTA can support assessment protocols that measure teacher quality using multiple measures of evidence that have clearly and appropriately been validated for that purpose. Evaluations of teacher effectiveness should include measures of practice, teacher performance, and teacher contributions to improving students through a broad and comprehensive array of evidence. It's only through that kind of documentation that that kind of information can be formed. And I just want to close by addressing what my colleague down at the end of the table talked about. In the decisions that you make concerning Race to the Top, it's going to have an impact on how California recruits and retains a well-qualified workforce into the future, long after every member of this panel is gone. Students in today's classrooms will be motivated to consider a teaching career when we make sure we can help them become motivated, creative, resourceful, analytical, and curious. They have to leave our schools as critical thinkers, prepared to tackle many challenges. In short, it's important for students to have a rich, full, and engaging educational experience before we can expect them to consider going back into the classroom to be a teacher. You see, the mistake we make is assuming that the teacher pipeline is a straight line. It's a circle, because students make decisions about education as a career based on their own experience as students. And so we're asking students to go back into a classroom and into situations that we may have created that they did not enjoy. And we're asking them to take on that career and not enjoy it even more, but get paid. The conditions that contribute to increased student achievement are also the same conditions that promote teacher retention and recruitment. It's a major element of California's aging workforce, and it's very clear that as our workforce continues to age, half of our workforce will age out and retire. California, and you've heard this statement before, will need 100,000 new teachers. That's not an if, it's a when. There are solutions for the teacher shortage that can be worked out, and the good news is we have an opportunity to think about this as you develop the application for the Race to the Top. But again, we need to slow down and think about what each of the elements of decisions you are making to meet the criteria in the Race to the Top have an impact on the frame of teacher effectiveness. Because teacher shortages and teacher turnover disproportionately affect schools of greatest need. Improving teaching conditions is a key lever in attracting and retaining well-qualified teachers in hard-to-staff schools. The fact is, for the last 8 years, these issues were largely ignored, while the platitudes of No Child Left Behind concerning highly qualified teachers were considered an adequate substitute for genuine reform. Unfortunately, the Race to the Top proposals reveals that this administration is repeating the past mistakes of No Child Left Behind, including an over-reliance on test scores as an accurate measure of student achievement, as well as a predictor or a factor in defining teacher quality and the support interventions that would be needed to promote and improve principal and teacher quality. Frankly, that's inadequate, it's piecemeal, and it's unrelated to the instructional work that teachers do in their classroom. I urge you to remember that teacher working conditions are student learning conditions. The Race to the Top essentially ignores the organizational context of teaching and learning, and it defaults to an oversimple metric for the basis to evaluate and compensate and dismiss teachers. We have a very complex set of problems to untangle. For every complex problem, there is a simple solution that is simply wrong. And so I want to urge you, and I'll say for the last time, let's take the time to slow this down and be strategic in answering the questions and addressing the issues of the mandate, not in a way that we can all agree to, but in a way that resolves the questions that have been raised by previous panels and this panel again and again. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Hartel?
Thank you, Senator Romero. It's an honor to be here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. I want to speak. I chair the technical design group that works with the Division of Policy and Evaluation on the implementation of California's API, and I've been involved with work at the intersection of statistics, specifically statistics for testing, psychometrics, and policy uses of large-scale assessment data for most of my career since 1980. The first thing that I want to speak to is what's meant by these value-added models and some of the pitfalls and cautions in the use of these models. The idea is, it's clear that if we simply look at this year's test scores, that we can't make fair comparisons of one teacher to another because the students that they're teaching bring with them different degrees of educational challenge. There are different kinds of situations they come from. The hope with value-added modeling is that if I just look at the score that an individual child earned the previous year, that'll tell me where that student is starting from, and that'll give me enough information that I can make fair comparisons in some sense by taking the starting point into account and seeing how much progress or growth the child has made over a single year. The problem with that is that two children who had the same test score last year should not really be expected to have the same amount of growth over the ensuing year because there are all kinds of other things that are not taken into account when I look at that. Last year's score might have been unusually high or unusually low. If the child is an older child who's gotten to that score over a longer period of time, then it's plausible that the child is on a slower trajectory and is likely to grow less than a very young child who had that score the previous year. You've heard from various people this morning and at other times of a host of other factors that all weigh into the equation. Better models can be constructed by looking not only back 1 year, but looking back 2 years or 3 years, using not just last year's scores, but scores before that and before that. And if I do that, and I include enough additional demographic data and so on, I can do a pretty good job in a statistical sense of improving my predictions about how much children ought to grow. Those data are an improvement over just using cross-sectional data, and for purposes of research on teaching and for program evaluation, for the kinds of things that were envisioned with CalTIDES, those systems really are of genuine value. When it comes down to trying to make predictions about individual teachers, they're deeply problematical, and every professional group, every panel, every workshop that's looked at this has come to pretty much the same conclusion on that. These systems simply aren't ready for prime time. In a small study, taking advantage of availability of some data on linking student achievement over 2 or 3 years with individual teachers, that I did in collaboration with Professor Linda Darling-Hammond, Professor Ewart Thomas from the Psych Department, and Professor Shosha Newton, who's now at Berkeley. We looked at the volatility in teachers' rankings using systems of this kind across alternative statistical models, across successive years, and for the same teacher in the same year teaching 2 different courses. And we found a substantial amount of variation. Teachers really bounce around a lot. This is a small study. It was dealing with high school teachers, where the implementation is perhaps the most challenging. So I certainly wouldn't take your time to talk about this one small unpublished study, but that study is completely consistent with what we've seen elsewhere in a much larger body of work. I also wanted to speak briefly to the issue of CalPADS versus CalTIDES. I'm not an attorney. I have no brief for reading legal things like the state code. But as I read 10601.5C, it appears to me that it's talking about using CalTIDES for purposes of evaluation, that toxic paragraph. It says either by itself or in conjunction with CalPADS or other data systems. If CalTIDES isn't even going to be around for another couple of years. We'll have CalPADS is sort of working now, and it's going to be a lot better in a few months. If any local district wanted to use these data, there are teacher identifiers in CalPADS. They'd be using that, and the language of the disputed section doesn't seem to say anything about using data systems other than this future CalTIDES system. So I appreciated hearing Senator Subommittee's explanation of what that paragraph was intended to prohibit, and I won't go any farther in trying to speak to the law because it's not what I'm qualified to speak about. Finally, I'd like to say that I strongly support the use of longitudinal data, and I'm enthusiastic about CalPADS and looking forward to having it to improve the way we do school accountability. I'm a member of the PSAA Advisory Committee also, the legislatively mandated committee created by the Public Schools Accountability Act in 1999 to advise the state on the implementation of the accountability system envisioned in that legislation. And in the framework and principles that we drafted back in 1999, one of our points was that as soon as feasible, we should move toward some kind of longitudinal or value-added kind of modeling, not for teacher evaluation, but at the school level. We're looking hard at doing that now. There are 3 different bills that are moving forward, including Assemblywoman Brownlee's bill, that require us to look at this. And we've had lively discussions and vetted white papers and gone through different drafts and looked at ways of doing this. The problem, of course, becomes enormously complicated when you look closely, but that just makes it more interesting from my perspective because I'm that kind of guy. So we certainly will do all that we can to make use of the prior trajectories of students in improving our evaluations at the school level. Even at the school level, it's really tough to get it right. Those problems are all compounded when you go down to the teacher level. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions, comments from committee members? Assemblymember Brownlee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I just wanted to make really a few comments, and I really appreciate the testimony from the panel and the testimony from the previous panels as well. I think what I'd really like to say is that I don't think the interest on anybody in this room is to have a punitive system around teacher evaluations. And I think in the long run, what we want is a a system of which is very supportive, that helps to kind of shift cultures at school so that it is a supportive learning environment, so that teachers are supported, so that we are looking at evaluations and in classrooms and teachers with coaches and mentors, and we're really trying to stay so focused on outcomes and having students be successful and creating a culture where everyone is trying to continuously improve their skills, whether they're the principal at the school, whether they're the teacher at the school, whether they're part of the support system at the school, and to kind of create that culture. And if we can, and I think data is very, very helpful in creating that culture, but it takes leadership. It takes teachers who care and teacher leaders to kind of create this culture. And when you are successful at creating a culture like that, the small percentage of bad apples, if you will, may they be principals, may they be teachers, they don't want to be part of that culture anymore, and they sort of voluntarily leave the culture because it's not a culture where they can thrive, because this is a culture where everybody really cares about what they're doing. And I think that's really where we want to get to. And I believe from the bottom of my heart that in terms of the reform movement and where the Obama administration is going, I think that they would concur with that statement. And so I think that there is, going back to sort of the application process, I think that there is no question in my mind that there is a sense of urgency around this issue. Whether we respond in the first application or the second application, I think first and foremost we want to be strategic about it. We want to be thoughtful about it. We want to have a quality approach. We want to develop a pathway that we can sustain over time. But we need to do that with a real sense of urgency. The time is really now. I also want to say that any solution, I think, without teacher participation in the solution is not a solution. I mean, it's just, I want to be perfectly clear about that. I mean, teachers are the professionals. These are the people who are executing their trade, a learned trade, an art trade, and teachers need to be part of the solution. And so somehow we've got to create the conditions here in terms of setting policy and moving forward with this with a real sense of urgency and bringing our friends and stakeholders along in the process. And I think Superintendent O'Connell said in his testimony, we're all in this together. We're all are going to succeed or we're all going to fail together. And I concur in those comments that we have to bring everyone along. And I think it is time for us to really roll up our sleeves, as the chair of the committee has said, that we need to really roll up our sleeves and get to work and figure out these solutions in sort of an urgent way. Again, whether the timing on the specific application, to me, is not the important piece. The important piece is that we do it right and with a sense of urgency, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Assemblymember Brownlee. I'm going to concur with what she has stated. I think that this is a sense of urgency. I mean, a race to the top, I think by its very definition, implies that we've got to run. I mean, the gun's gone off. Yesterday in Los Angeles, the gun went off quite loudly. And regardless of which side was on that very important resolution in Los Angeles, there was the call that for major transformation and change in our public schools. I'm one that will sit here, not just because of the district that I represent, but certainly looking out across the state and seeing the opportunities for us to get in that, kind of like race or go home. And California is too big to fail. That old failure's not an option. We want to be thoughtful. Absolutely. I think we can be thoughtful even as the clock ticks. But I think for us to say, well, let's wait, is not the solution. I think it's one where we've got to say, we're coming to the end of the regular session. A special session has been called for a reason. And I think there was wisdom in the governor calling a special session so that we wouldn't be under the gun in the final, 21 days of session, whatever we have left, to try to get things done. We've got a special session. Even if we were to, quote unquote, slow down and wait, we're looking at February. And people are gone, November, December? So I know on the Senate side, all of our trips have been canceled, so we're here. So my urge is to say, let's accept the challenge. If it turns out that we're not ready, we'll know at a certain point we're not ready. But I think that we can be ready. I'm pleased by what you've said. I hear the concerns. I share the concerns. I've argued as well, too. We should not have a single measure, which to me, I think the irony of this conversation is, think about our students. If there's one group sector in our public education system that is judged today by one score and one score only, it's our students with the California high school exit exam. So to a certain, and that's why I've always argued, let's look for the portfolio. They go through 12 years of education, and then at the end, one score. You pass or you fail. Thank you very much for agreeing. For the record, he agrees. I think that's an issue where we should go back, and when we talk about our assessments and our testings, we should go back and look at it. I'm a teacher. I would not want to be as fabulous a teacher as I was. I would not want to be solely based, because I agree, Marty, you sometimes get students who just don't like you for whatever reason, and we shouldn't be. It should be the portfolio. But I do believe that I think it is a race, and sort of teachers being able to sort of beat their chests and say, look at me, and let me work with other teachers to bring them along to be high caliber teachers. So I want to see us move forward, roll up our sleeves, work around the clock, burn the midnight oil in this building to try to be eligible when that first opportunity comes. And I think we have the opportunity. I believe we have the responsibility. And I think, too, it's sort of, puts forth a face to the nation that California is ready to rumble on this most important issue. Now, one area that wasn't addressed here that I would like to get your input on, and on charter schools, I agree. If the charter school is bad, we should shut it down. And I think there is a movement in California that's beginning to say not just the number of charter schools, but high quality, and I support that. There's just a conversation about alternative pathways for teacher certification. I don't think anybody addressed that. I'd be interested in just hearing any particular thoughts on it, and if we're ready to just begin to think about what we might do. And I see 3 hands go up. You go ahead, whichever one wants to jump in.
I guess I'll go first. I guess the devil would be in the details. Basically, I think we spent a lot of time in California crafting a rigorous process to make sure people truly are highly qualified and properly prepared. My concern would be that through the rush to create, quote-unquote, an alternative credentialing process, we're really opening the door for, I think it was Pete Wilson who had the original concept that anyone can come into a classroom and teach, and the credentialing serves as a bar to keep people out of the classroom who should be allowed the opportunity to teach. We have a reason for our credentialing process in California, and it's pretty rigorous. So I guess from UTLA's point of view, we'd be open to taking a look at what people are talking about, but I'm very concerned that this is sort of, there's been an attempt by some in this country for a while to basically, I think, both denigrate the teaching profession by saying anybody can teach, and 2, to make it easy for anyone to come into a classroom. And that'd be my concern, because we really do have very rigorous standards in California, and we have a very good teaching program in California. The vast majority of teachers turned out by our universities are outstanding teachers, and I think that you got to be careful about what you would do to a process in the sake of school reform.
Thank you. Patricia, Marty?
Senate Bill 2042 overhauled California's credentialing system with the intent of aligning a matrix of standards for teacher preparation, for teacher certification, and for continuing professional growth to make sure that we would begin to create over time a formative and summative assessment system for teachers that was linked to their credential and that was linked to their continuing professional growth. That was omnibus legislation that was signed into law in the late 1990s, and it included certification or a requirement that alternative routes to teaching and alternative pathways, while they could be alternative and meet the requirements for the standards in different ways, they still needed to remain parallel in rigor. So I'm very certain, and I did not address or talk about alternative certification because I believe that's the one element without dispute that California could actually get to the finish line before any other state, because we have been purposeful about teacher certification and about looking at alignment issues, both for certification and pre-service and continuing professional growth that becomes a function of what the employer does, not what the state does, in a way that we have not been in looking at assessments for students. So I actually think our alternative pathways actually work very well for teachers and principals. And with just a note to what happened when No Child Left Behind came in and added additional requirements, it is a certification system that is of value. A credential in California means something to the public, but it also means something to the students who have done the work to earn that certification, whether it was through an alternative pathway or going through a university-based program. It is of value to those parents whose child called them and said, I have to stay in school another year or take another test because I'm not highly qualified. And so the certification that we have meets or exceeds and outpaces what many states have been doing, and that's been true for a very, very long time. But as we look at our alternative certification, let's not forget, teachers don't earn a professional clear credential just because they were employed. Teachers have to offer a demonstration of proof through a portfolio that contains multiple measures and pieces of evidence that demonstrates their awareness and their abilities and their growing and improving competencies for addressing student learning. That is what we're not doing for students. So I actually think if we look at alternative certification, we should look at the ways that we have prepared and certified teachers and create some alignments and some options in the way that we also prepare and certify students that we can graduate. I would say I wouldn't change a thing, but if you're going to look at another pathway, the only thing I would ask is that we make sure we maintain the standard and ensure that the alternative pathways proposed in support of this application retains that rigor. Thank you.
Marty, you have the last word.
Yeah, well, if we're going to look at alternative routes to teaching, they should be designed so that well-prepared teachers are produced. And this means teachers, it should also be that the teachers are going to stay in the system. That high teacher turnover is a very costly thing because of the training that goes on in the first few years of teaching. That's a cost to the districts. So we want alternative certification programs that prepare teachers who want to build a successful career, not teach for America. We bring in these bright kids and they do their social work for 2 years and leave. That should not be the path. We should be talking about teaching that results in programs that result in effective teachers that can facilitate student academic success. The definition of an alternative certificate routes should ensure that all teacher preparation programs, traditional or alternative, emphasize both subject matter knowledge and pedagogy, provide a meaningful and realistic clinical experience, and institute rigorous and relevant exit and licensure exam. The definition of alternative certificate routes should include all components necessary to ensure that these programs provide prospective teachers with the skills and resources they need to take on the challenge they will face in the classroom. And that does not include taking a mathematician or an engineer and sticking them in a math class with no pedagogy, instruction, or no real training or practice before they go in.
Thank you. Actually, Senator Huff, you've got the final question.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of comments and restate something that has been said but not covered too much new ground. I can appreciate the panel's reluctance to embrace rapid, change in this area, and yet to quote a well-worn phrase, there is a fierce urgency of now. And so I don't think we should be afraid of trying to do this in a rapid manner to assess the funds, because I've heard from all of you somewhere along the line about we need more funding in education. I don't think we should shy away from that. However, we do need to do it purposeful and do it correctly. I don't believe any single measurement is accurate, wherever it is. And I would argue the exit exam is not a single measurement, but building upon a cumulative number, but that's for another discussion, another time. As for our charter schools, if they're bad, they should be shut down. In fact, they are, because of their charters. They have to perform or they're out of business, and that's something that, frankly, we don't see in the public schools, other than the state takes them over and starts figuring out how to work them a little differently. But to quote just a little bit different statistic from what Mr. Hittleman was saying, in L.A., and I understand this from the Reason Foundation recently, more than 70% of charters outperform their nearby district schools. In L.A., 10 of 12 recently recognized California distinguished schools are charter schools. Statewide, charters operating 12 of the state's 15 top-performing schools to low-income districts were charter schools. So, there are some successes in charter schools. They operate on a contract. I don't think we should be limiting them, and I disagree with you on that part.
Just one comment, and that is that you should always look at the measure of the school. What is a top-performing school? And if it means filling in the bubbles on a standardized test, you can do that. But I think that teaching and learning is a lot more than that. It's the love of the subject. It's teaching people. It's helping people be able to work consistently on a project until it's finished. It's wanting to go into the profession, into that area. It's learning critical thinking skills, and none of those are measured by these bubble tests. The bubble test is really the opposite of what you want an educated person to come out with. You don't really want someone to come out and know that this happened in 1886. You want them to come out with an idea of what history is. In mathematics, you don't want someone to solve this algebra. I teach mathematics. You don't want to end the course being able to solve this equation. What you want them to be able to do is do a problem that they've never done before with the tools that they have. And you want to see if over a period of time, and mathematics, that period of time may be your lifetime in solving a problem, over a period of time that you're going to be able to put yourself and put out the effort and have the sort of courage to continue until you solve the problem. But doing one answer, filling in the bubble thing, is just the opposite of what it really takes to be a person in the society or an intelligence worker in the society. It's just, those are not the skills that you need to be an educated person.
I would submit to you the bubble test also does not measure our high dropout rate. That speaks for itself. Thank you.
You're right. And I think that we do need change in the schools. I was teaching in the late 60s when we had the blowouts in East LA, and I was very sympathetic to that because I did see students marginalized in their education, And the problem is that we desegregated, and now we're resegregated in the schools. And so we've sort of created a situation where we're back. And the one thing about the No Child Left Behind was the goal. The method was terrible. But the goal that every student can succeed and should be expected to succeed is a worthy goal. And if we're going to have that goal, we should take it seriously and put in the practices that'll actually forward that goal, not put it backwards, and marginalize these students who are already marginalized.
Well, let's conclude on that goal that I believe we share. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's move forward. Panel number 5, we have our school districts ready to implement the race to the top. We have with us the superintendent from Long Beach Unified, Christopher Steinhauser. We also have the superintendent from Fresno Unified, Michael Hansen. We also have the president and CEO of the California Charter Schools Association, Jed Wallace. And as they are walking forward, let me indicate that Superintendent Ray Cortines from Los Angeles Unified, I had asked him to join us today. He was not able to, but he has submitted some written remarks, and we will enter these into the record. Let me just indicate, just members, I know that Democratic Caucus has been called. I'm going to go ahead and continue with the hearing. I know members may pop in and out, but I don't think we can afford to take the break at this time. So I understand if members go in and out, but the show must go on, as we say. So welcome. And Superintendent Steinhauser, why don't we begin with you?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for giving me the opportunity to come here to talk about a subject that's dear to my heart. I think we've heard today that this is a very complex issue, but I like to see things as an opportunity, and I think we are facing a wonderful opportunity in California where we can bring all stakeholders together and to really show the rest of the nation how we can tackle a problem and do it really, really well. I'm going to talk about a few things: data, teacher evaluation, as well as struggling schools. And a lot has been written and stated about Long Beach Unified in the last couple of months, even from our president. President Obama, in his first education policy speech, talked about Long Beach Unified and its use of data as a system that used data to drive its instructional program, which is absolutely accurate. We have been blessed for over 15 years to have a data system that has been developed in collaboration with our teachers, to be very honest with you. And I can't keep up with them because the list that they want me to do, I don't have enough resources to do at the present time. But having said that, our teachers have total access to every assessment they give. The same day, when they scan it in, they can download their data and they can disaggregate their data. My wife is a teacher in the district. She's been teaching for 28 years. So she can give an end-of-course exam, come home that night, and disaggregate the data based on an item analysis and reteach those skills that need to be retaught that next day. At every one of our schools, our teachers meet with our principals. They meet with one another about what's working well and what's not working. Now, having said that, we set bars for ourselves as a school system. My evaluation is based on a thing called the Academic and Success Initiative in our district. There are certain metrics with that district, how our kids are doing in grades 5, 8, college readiness, and so on. Those data metrics are given to our public and to our schools, and our schools have the same data metrics, so we're all working from the same page. So in order for Mr. Steinhauser to keep his job, he has to show progress on those data points. And one of those data points is how many kids are going to college. We know right now that 72% of our high school graduates are in college. How do we know that? Because of data through the National Clearinghouse. We also know how many of our students have finished in 4 years, 5 years, and so on with our partnership with our local universities and others. It's very important, though, in Long Beach that through our evaluation process, and we've heard that by Ed Code, we must design an evaluation progress that looks at progress of students over time, how our teachers are helping our students with that. We do not evaluate teachers on a single data point. So, for example, if I'm a teacher in the district and I just gave a test and 80% of my students failed that test, I'm going to sit down with my principal and he or she is going to help develop a work plan with me to say, Chris, what can we do? Maybe it's bringing a coach in, maybe it's looking at a teacher over here. I'm going to have a work plan to help me with that data sort, and I'm going to look at data over time. We give hundreds of data district-developed assessments in our district every single year. We heard about a cost. How much does it cost? I was sitting in the audience trying to figure that out. My total research, and that's who runs it, my research department, is about $1.5 million a year. I just spent, before I left to come here, $400,000 to buy brand new high-speed scanners for all 92 of my schools so that they could have their data even at a faster rate. I want to share with you how data can really transform an entire school system and can help transform other school systems. In our school district, we have an evaluation process that states that if a teacher is showing proficiency, he or she can opt to do action research, which means that they can take a problem facing their classroom, or a group of teachers can take a problem facing their grade level or their department, work together, look at the data, and design a new instructional tool or method to achieve better results. We had a teacher, his name is Cy Swan. 8 years ago, he designed this program, teaching mathematics more in depth, fewer concepts. He had phenomenal results. He said, may I share this with other schools? We did it in 5 schools. Those 5 schools blew the charts off with their math results. Edison Elementary School, a school of 100% poverty, 72% ELL, and about 96% Spanish speakers, after 2 years of the program, reached 81% proficient in mathematics, and the ELL students were at 80% proficiency. That program went throughout the entire school system because it was shared with teachers, shared with parents. We share everything in a very transparent process, and now has been exported to Fresno Unified, Garden Grove Unified, Oakland Unified, and Compton Unified, all with the same results, because we heard earlier it's about professional development, it's about looking at data, aligning resources, how do we support our teachers to get where they're at. That all came about because of one teacher, one idea, and through a program we called Action Research. That was his evaluation process. Another piece is that when we opened AP to all students in Long Beach Unified, there were no more gatekeepers to AP. We looked at our AP test results, and we looked at our teachers that were getting the greatest results. Those were 3, 4s, and 5s. We brought them together and said, what is it going to take for us to help teachers and students if we open AP to everybody? They told us what to do because they were the experts in the field, and because of that, we've had a 65% increase in our AP enrollment. Over a third of our high school students take at least one AP class, and for the last 3 years, our Hispanic students are now the #1 subgroup taking AP in Long Beach, and they should be because they represent 50% of our student population. I think it's also important that when you look at struggling schools, and I too have written a letter of comment to Secretary Duncan, that there must be a fourth provision with struggling schools. I've been an educator for 28 years, and I've been fortunate to work with a lot of schools and to help them become better at what they do. There's no magic bullet. There's no magic formula. They're all different, because when we're talking about data, it's not just student achievement data, it's organizational climate data, it's parental data, it's from students. You have to look at everything. So I recommended to the Secretary that there must be a fourth option, and I'll share with one that I'm doing. I, as a superintendent, feel critical that it's my responsibility to make sure that these lowest performing schools are doing well. So this coming year, I've taken all PI5 schools in Long Beach Unified under me, and I am now their supervisor. This is radically different than we've ever done. We're working with our partnership with Fresno. Our teachers are designing assessments together that will be used in both systems. So I see a great hope here. I see a wonderful opportunity. I see an issue that we can do great things if we sit down and we work together to do it. I would just hope that we would not pass up the opportunity, because California has a great deal to offer, and as a parent of 2 kids who graduated from public schools and one who's going back to be a teacher in our public schools, I do not want to see us left behind. I want to see us do it right. I want to see us do it by working together, and I'm very, very pleased that everybody before us said the state of California does not want to get in the business of evaluating my teachers. I do not want the state of California in the business of evaluating my teachers. That's my responsibility, working with my local union. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Superintendent Hanson.
Thank you, Senator Romero and members of the panel. I'm Mike Hanson, Superintendent of Fresno Unified, and I thank you again for the opportunity to share some thoughts today on Race to the Top. I'll paint a little bit different picture than Chris did. Chris has a very robust system over time. His school district, he went back 15 years on his data systems, for example. What you'll hear in my comments is more a district that in the last 3.5 to 4 years has pulled itself up by the bootstraps and started to build and put in place some of the things that are so necessary for improvement. So you'll hear a little bit difference there, but you'll hear a lot of consistency as well. As Chris has the 3rd largest district in California, Fresno Unified is the 4th largest with about 73,000 students. And just to orient you, a big part of our district sits right in the heart of Congressman Jim Costa's 20th Congressional District. And about 18 months ago, that national study came out ranking all 435 congressional districts plus D.C. on the measure of health and wellness of its citizens, on measures of high school graduation rates and percentage of adults with college degrees, mortality rates, household median income, family of 4. And sadly, Fresno Unified in the 20th Congressional District ranked dead last, 436 out of 436 in America on those measures, a place where a family of 4's household median income is just a little over $17,000, where 6% of our adults had a college degree. A number of indicators like that really paint the picture of the challenge that we're up against. But let me start by saying that we're very pleased to be positioned to talk a little bit about the federal stimulus dollars, because it will have a decided impact, not only on our community, but I think in the entire state. Chris talks about this as very personal work. I do the same. While Chris's kids have graduated and gone on to college, I have 2 in Fresno Unified schools right now, with a 3rd on the way. And so it's very personal. When people ask me, why do you take this so personally? Because this system has to get better. We've made some great strides of late, but we are nowhere near where we need to be. So a lot of what you'll hear me say is all under the heading of it's easy to say, but very difficult to do. And stay focused on. The question of how California should use student growth data to improve instruction and turn around low-performing schools assumes, frankly, that it can be done, and I think that's a great assumption. We have schools in Fresno and all over the state where we have great growth going on for our students, many of whom are written off by our larger population. The governor was in one of my schools yesterday talking about Race to the Top, and he was in an elementary school directly in the center of that 20th Congressional District in the heart of Fresno Unified, and he was singing the praises of the staff for the work they'd done around improving math scores in particular. And as Chris talked about math, the import of that idea into Fresno Unified for our 2nd straight year has given us historic achievement gains in Fresno Unified. Last year alone in grades 2 through 6, we now have in Fresno Unified, due to the work our teachers were doing in mathematics, we have 2,000 more students grade 2 through 6 now than we had the year before who are proficient or advanced in mathematics. And that, frankly, coming out of the elementary schools, sets us up beautifully for those 2,000 students, those 2,000 families, those 2,000 sets of dreams, beautifully to be able to proceed right on through algebra and into those gateway courses for high school. So we're very pleased about that. What I would like to say in kind of setting the stage for how we've done some of this work is it all started with our Board of Education. And our Board of Education has been very serious in the last few years about their policy work. And they have set in policy a theory of action about how we reform and improve schools. They've set in policy a data dashboard, including its indicators that we review annually. They have adopted an accountability policy for the entire district. And very wisely, as they adopted the accountability policy, they developed and adopted a professional learning policy as well. So if we're going to increase expectations, we have to increase supports for our employees, our workers, our teachers, our principals, our central office folks. So I will submit to you today that focused accountability work that we've done at the district level has had a clear and measured impact on our student achievement, and I've just talked a little bit about that. We've had similar growth, although not quite as dramatic in ELA. I want to be very clear about this point as well. We celebrate the fact that we have more students proficient or advanced, or more kids passing the high school exit exam, and it's important as a statewide once-a-year measure, but it's critically important for the group here to know that it was our internally developed and interim assessments that happen that our teachers give and work and talk about 4 times over the year. Those interim assessments developed by our staff actually predicted the kind of results we got at the end of the year. Very empowering for our folks to now understand that the assessments they've helped create are predictive of where the kids should be at the end of the year. And as they see growth during the year, it's a great confidence builder, and it also gives them the opportunity to stop and pause if they see some hiccups along the way. So this cycle of continuous improvement that we use, very systematically, we do it 4 times a year at the district-wide level. We have the entire district data dashboard, and there's 50 to 70 people in the room going through for an entire day the results of where we are. That is trickles down into our school sites as well. They have similar cycles of review around student performance indicators. And frankly, it's helpful when we can put resources behind the challenges they identify. And fortunately, so far, we've been able to do it, not to the degree we need to or would like to, but we certainly are keeping that process alive, that if they identify a problem, it's our job as a central office and principals and whatnot to get resources to the fight on the ground. So I'll just, I guess, let you say that, finish by saying the cycle of continuous improvement that we operate at the district level that also is working at our school sites is bolstered by those wonderful school site plans that everybody has to deal with for compliance purposes. We chose to make those into our single plan for student achievement, and instead of it being a principal and perhaps a couple of teachers at the end of the year trying to shove a plan together for the next year to justify spending, we have broken that into into about 6 or 7 different events over the course of the year, starting early in the fall. As data for a part of the plan that the state wants to see becomes available, our staff is sitting working with it at the site level, defining their plans, so that they do this systematically over the course of the year, so they have a plan completed at the end. It's kind of like a big homework project. I'm trying to teach my son the same kind of planning process. He's not getting it real well yet, so we still do the weekend before something's due. But that's important to have this cycle built in and the expectation that our work as staff does make a difference for kids, and we have to keep our nose to the grindstone to do that analysis, reflection, and planning. In this context of continuous improvement, student achievement data is not and should not be viewed as a weapon. Right? I think that's what you hear from teachers and other folks frequently. They're fearful that a number or a test score will be weaponized. In a culture of continuous improvement, we view that student assessment measures of all types are the critical fuel necessary to keep growth and development going for our students. So let me close by saying that California does have a system right now that measures the status of our students annually according to standards, but it doesn't really get into the growth model the way we would really like it to be used. And we are focused on being a partner in this work to bring all resources to bear for our staff so that they can more thoroughly meet the expectations of our community. We do have parents demanding difference and change, and our staff is now finally learning that we actually can be the change that that community wants, but we have to be engaged with ongoing assessment data to help do that. So with that, I thank you for your leadership and opportunity to share some ideas today.
Thank you. Jed Wallace.
Hello, my name is Jed Wallace. I'm the CEO of the California Charter School Association. I want to thank Senator Romero and all of you for inviting us to speak today. I speak on behalf of the nearly 800 charter schools that exist in the state of California, serving more than 300,000 students. I am more than happy to answer questions about some of the technical matters regarding the cap in California and how that may pertain to the Race to the Top application. But I wanted to just start with my preliminary comments, focusing on what I believe is a unique opportunity for California to leverage the success of the charter school movement in California to make our Race to the Top application as competitive as possible. I think that there are two ways that we can really think about this. There is just kind of the Uber story about what is happening with charter schools in California and how it aligns with the focus of the Obama administration. And then there's also the more particular story about how charter schools' contributions within the 4 assurance areas are also things that can be leveraged. So looking at how the charter school movement aligns with the kind of grand story and how that aligns with the Obama administration, the overriding story is that California is perceived to be ahead of the nation as far as developing a quality charter school movement. We have, as I say, nearly 800 schools, 300,000 students, and I think we are also the envy of the nation in terms of having quality providers in the space that are now being able to be leveraged to broader impact. I think the vote, Senator Romero, that you've made reference to now several times about Los Angeles Unified deciding to leverage those charter school providers in the Los Angeles space to broader impact within the district is exactly what I'm talking about. But the truth of the matter is that we have these kinds of quality providers in many different regions of the state. Many of these providers are being approached by people outside of our state saying, will you please come to my state or this region, wherever it may be, speaking to the quality of the programs that are being offered by California's charter schools. So that really allows us then to look at what President Obama said in March of this year when he issued his challenge really to the nation, saying, let's do 2 things with charter schools. Let's leverage those that are successful to bigger impact, and let's get serious about low-performing charter schools. The first part, leveraging quality, we clearly have that. We're ready to go. We have evidence in Los Angeles that we're moving in that direction right now, and I think the Race to the Top application would allow us to do that more broadly across the entire state. As far as the second part of Obama's challenge, which is to hold low-performing charter schools accountable, this is one where I think our association has come forward in the last few months with a new proposal regarding charter school accountability. The thing that I'm most excited about is that it was our members themselves who came together. We have a member council, and in early June, they unanimously voted to adopt a new approach to accountability, which would hold charter schools accountable at their moment of renewal. And this was something that won the attention of Secretary Duncan in Washington, who highlighted it and national conference of charter schools in the middle of June. And so here, this is another example of how our charter school movement is aligning very well with what is happening with the Obama administration. So turning now a little bit more specifically to the 4 assurance areas, I've had a chance now on several occasions to kind of be the token charter guy at various panels and conferences across the country, several of them here in California, several of them also in Washington, D.C. What are your thoughts about how charter schools can contribute to the 4 assurances? And the assumption going in the door is, hey, there's this 4th assurance about let's get serious about the low-performing schools in general, and charter schools can contribute to the turnarounds. And believe me, I believe we have a lot to contribute in that particular area as well. But I've also said on many occasions, hey, there are a lot of things that charter schools are doing in the other assurance areas that we, I think, could include within our application, which would also, I think, posture our application well for the competitive process. An example would be improved data systems. The assumption at one particular panel in Washington where we had a chance to talk directly to Secretary Duncan's staff was that there was no way to make an investment in charter schools at scale because charter schools are doing all of these different things and are not using data in similar ways. But I was able to share with them that the California Charter School Association now will have 300 charter schools linked up to the same data performance management system, which is already doing all of the tracking by individual students and is already giving that data right back to our schools in real time and fast enough to inform instruction that's happening in the classroom. What happens is we'll have all of our schools hooked up to this one system. The association serves as kind of the intermediary. We will get a request from one particular school saying, hey, I would like to have a better understanding of how our English language arts students are doing, our EL students are doing in 7th grade math, for example. And so then we will request the improvement to the system, to the designers of the system. And that will come back in a few weeks and we'll make it available to that one school. But we won't make it available just to that one school. We make it available to all of the schools across the entire 300 portfolio right now. So in this way, we see in a very wiki-like way, we are leveraging the talents of literally thousands of educators who are contributing to our data performance system. And one of the things I think is a real endorsement of what we're doing, we have recently been approached by superintendents of small school districts who have said, wait a second, you are helping CMOs, sometimes operating 15, 20 schools, to get onto a data performance management system. That's more schools than I have in my district. Would you be able to do the same thing for us? Can we piggyback? And so we've started to have those kinds of conversations. So when those kinds of developments are happening, I say, why not profile it as something that would make our application even stronger? Another one would be in the area of teacher effectiveness. I think a lot of the things, I think there's been some great comments about, let's not assume that anything's like a magic bullet or anything like that. But there are some charter schools that are doing very innovative things in this space, and we could, in fact, learn. Perhaps there are some things that they are discovering that would be of value to others. Around teacher effectiveness, there is also what is happening in charter schools as far as alternative certifications of teachers. My previous position was the chief operating officer of High Tech High in San Diego. High Tech High was the first charter school organization in California able to credential its own teachers. It has credentialed well over 100 teachers at this point, and about 70% of the teachers are being credentialed in the high-need areas of math and science. And High Tech High went on from there to open up a graduate school of education, the first new graduate school of education to be founded in the state of California in more than 20 years. And we believe that other charter school organizations, the quality ones that I've been talking about, actually have the teacher development capacity already within the system. All we need to do is release this latent talent. And that's exactly what you have a stimulus program for, the one-time investment needed to get things going. And we hear within graduate schools of education, what is the thing that we want to change? In general, you hear that graduate schools of education are 80% theory and 20% practicum. And everybody says, we need to switch that, so it's 80% practicum. But the graduate schools don't have the classroom contexts within which to have the practicums become meaningful. And charter schools doing this kind of instruction, doing this kind of credentialing within the context of their own classrooms, already modeling the very pedagogies we want the learners to adopt, I think is exactly that kind of healthy context. Lastly, of course, on the turnaround of of low-performing schools. Obviously, charter schools have a great role to play in this area. I have been asked a few times how many organizations are really up to the level of challenge of taking over 2,000 or 3,000 kids in high school in X community or whatever it may be. And I think that it is fair to say that there are not a large number, if that is your narrow way of thinking about whether or not charter schools can contribute. If we think rather than about schools, if we start thinking about students who would have to otherwise attend those very schools. Now, all of a sudden, you've created a space where charter schools can keep doing what they're already doing, not deviate from any play that they've already proven successful. Either they could take over a portion of a school, or they could open up a program right near some of these schools. And in this way, we could, I think, really have charter schools make a very constructive contribution. So what I hope is that I've shared a few ideas that show how, if they're included within our application, it could make our application more competitive nationally. And of course, this would benefit California's charter schools, which I hope would be able to tap into these funds. But most importantly, I think it would posture the overall application of California to benefit all of K-12 kids in the state.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me just comment on a couple of things that I think Secretary Hansen, you first mentioned, or Superintendent Hansen and Steinhauser.
I think I like that one better.
You talked about the importance of your boards of education. Because a lot of times, too, when we talk about this, we're looking at, okay, we start with teachers, we start with students, we start with SES data, et cetera, but really kind of going back and saying, and I know Assemblymember Brownlee, you were a member of Board of Education as well, I was a trustee, but looking at sort of the vision, the thought, the foresight, and how do we move a district forward. And then also the role of superintendents, absolutely, in envisioning what we can do. It all sounds like somebody you mentioned to Uber in terms of what we hear you talking about, but were there obstacles? Was there any need for you to have, was this a result of collective bargaining? How were teachers brought into this process? Can you describe for us, we hear today, we say, great, fast forward, but can you just sort of talk us through a little bit about any sort of thinking about, wait, can we do this?
Well, I will start on coming to Fresno Unified in the spring of 2005 until now. This is the third distinct Board of Education I'm working with. So we've had turnover on the board just at the time we were trying to create consistency. And I'm proud to say that we've continued on the path. But it has been very difficult, and I think it was well documented for a while that things weren't the best in the world of Fresno with the superintendent and board. But we've gotten to a place where I think there was a singular support and a singular event. The support for us in Fresno was participation in the Center for Reform of School Systems with Gwinnett County and San Antonio, Texas. Us and D.C. were in this 2-year intensive training around roles of boards in reform world and superintendent. So that was incredibly helpful for us, I think, to bring the consistency we needed. But the event that occurred, that kind of the light bulb went on, is once, like Chris, my evaluation is tied directly to the data dashboard that the board has adopted. So come evaluation time, there is no soft pedaling or storytelling around how good things are. They are right there in black and white on a number of measures, a fair number of them on student achievement, but then other operations of the district. Doesn't matter if we're improving student achievement if we're driving the budget into the tank and we can't sustain next year. So when they got to the point that they fully realized their control and authority as a board was this policy work that included policy work that would drive my evaluation, then they became much more comfortable with my role as a superintendent to move throughout the system as their leader of their paid professional staff to get this work done.
Great. Superintendent Steinhauser?
In Long Beach has historically been known to having very stable boards of education for the last 20 years. This is my 8th year as a superintendent, and I've had 4 of the 5 board members have changed because of retirements, unfortunately a death, and some being voted out of office. But what the board has, because of organizational climate, the board has always, through all these changes, known that their role is policy and governance. They hire a superintendent as the CEO of that organization to implement that. But in Long Beach, we do a lot of collaboration. So, for example, we have parent forums and teacher forums, and things bubble up from the bottom and come to the board. So by the time they become a board initiative or a board policy, there isn't a large protest at the board meeting. It goes very smoothly. And I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, our teachers at a teacher council said, Chris, we want to raise the standards for social promotion in our district. We retain about 800 kids a year, K-5. They go, they're too low. Our students could do better based on the data that we have. So they designed the program. They brought it to the board. They went to the workshop over about a year with the board. They brought it to the board and have raised the standards so that no student in Long Beach Unified, if they're a year below grade level, will go on to the next grade. And the board asked them this question. You are telling us you are raising the expectations of yourselves. Are you prepared to meet this standard? And the answer was yes. We implemented it last year without a problem because parents and teachers were all involved in the process. And again, it becomes part of our data dashboard, so there's all transparency. Another issue was our parents, through our parent forum, said, we want to have immediate access, like our teachers, to our student data and student information about our children. So we have now a web-based program for grades 6 through 12. Our parents get the same immediate data results that our teachers get for all their kids, and it cost us about $250,000 to do that. But that was a #1 priority based on all these discussions. So when budget cuts came around, that was not even put on the table because that is a policy issue that the board has decided on.
Great. Questions, comments?
On the charter school issue, I had a question, and I certainly believe that charter schools are, part of the solution, and they play an important role. And you already said that California is sort of ahead of the curve in charter schools relative to other states. In fact, some states don't even allow charter schools. And of course, I think that one of the pieces of conversation going on around here is the fact that, in terms of lifting the cap, well, California, we're not even close to sort of our cap. But I think my just sort of general area of concern is I think the success for charter schools comes from the fact that it's a community of people sort of from the ground up who want to create these schools. And certainly when I hear from Charter Schools Green Dot and others, they talk about their success in being sort of scaling up slowly, starting freshman year in high school if it's a high school, and then, adding grades year after year after year, and sort of that getting it right, and moving forward. And so, just sort of the notion of, it's a charter school and therefore it's going to solve the problem, I think is a misnomer, but because I think it's the work of the charter school that does that. So I guess the question becomes scale. If we're going to expand scale of charter schools, can we be successful? Because I think it is the focus, the mission, the focus on the mission, the scaling up, the bottoms up, a community who wants the charter school, that the people who are involved in it, whether it's principals, teachers, whatever, are part of the decision making. They want this to happen. So I guess just some comments.
Sure. Well, first I would say that I personally, and I'm not aware of anyone within our association who would make statements saying that, hey, every charter school is guaranteed to be successful from the very beginning. And in fact, if that were the case, it would mean that something's wrong, because charter schools are supposed to be doing two things at once. They are supposed to be charging at some of the hardest societal problems we face as a country, and they are asked to be innovative in the process of doing so. And so by definition, from the very beginning, we would know that a number of charter schools shouldn't be successful. And we do have, as I mentioned before, a cadre of schools that is simply not up to the level of challenge that others are. And so we have to be diligent about accountability. And I think we're coming forward with plans that would make that the case. As far as scalability, I think that it simply is an evolution of what is happening in the charter school space in California. Earlier on, it certainly was not possible to scale at the pace that perhaps some people wanted to. And frankly, there are some organizations that scaled too quickly and paid for it. And I was a part of an organization that was very successful in San Diego, and we thought we could make it work in the Bay Area, and we weren't ready for it. I was a part of the group that made some pretty heartbreaking decisions about having to close that school because it wasn't meeting our own expectations. But I will also say that 17 years into it now, the general bandwidth and capacity that there is within the movement is far greater, and it is growing every day. High Tech High, where I worked before, when we had only, we had 35 employees when I first came there. The idea that it could have opened up multiple schools in different situations, different locations at once, simply not possible. Now, being an organization with more than 300 employees, and we needed to do 2, yes, we certainly could. And we have a number of organizations in Los Angeles and elsewhere that are successfully opening up multiple schools. We also see, I think, something of a tipping point in terms of the general public and parents becoming very supportive of charter schools. I think that Obama's messages about this is certainly contributing. And so we have, I think, a quickening of development of charter schools. And I think we just need to make sure that we stick to the same basic recipe. Hey, let's make sure that we have a good, thorough process for evaluating these schools before they get started. And let's really make sure that they are held accountable once they are open. But to the extent that we do have now an ability to open, literally, we opened between 75 and 80 new charter schools opened this last year in the middle of a big financial crisis. That is only because the charter school space in general has developed that kind of capacity. We'll stay diligent about it and keep looking at the data. And if we see that there's something structurally amiss, then we'll be back to talk with everyone about that.
Long Beach and Fresno, do you have charter schools in your district?
Yes, we do. And we've had some, I know Chris has done the same. We've closed some that just weren't performing and had a variety of issues. To Jed's point, I would thoroughly support him in what he said. I think that their adoption in June of a different kind of philosophy around accountability has helped. Also, I was one of those guys who was too impatient 2 to 3 years ago. Someone would come and say, we've got this idea, and I'm saying, but I've got a high school of 2,900 kids, right? Taking 100 this year and 100 the next and 100 the next is really much too small and much too slow for what I'm doing. So I would have detached from that conversation 3 years ago. I'm not in that same space now. And I think clearly when you hear Jed talk, his experience, his passion, his intellect around this has got the organization in a different place. And it is trickled even to Fresno that there has to be greater accountability, and accountability for charters is now the acceptable thing to do. To really press for good charters is a no-brainer. And it, frankly, on the ground floor, I mean, charters are a very local kind of emotional and energetic topic that wrap boards up and communities up because of who's getting involved with them locally. So to know that there's a different orientation from the statewide organization does help us tremendously.
And Long Beach has had 8 charters since the charter law was enacted, and we've closed 4 charters. I think it's important that the governing board that gives the charter take its oversight very seriously. But one reason we don't have a lot of charters, of the 4, 3 are independent charters. One is one of our own conversions, and that's the largest one, has 600 kids. I think is because Long Beach has an open choice program. We let our students go to any school in our district if they choose to, and we allow any student to leave our school district if they choose to, and we'll take anybody in who wants to come in. So we believe strongly if a parent doesn't want to stay there, they don't have to stay there, and we don't make them go through any hoops. But I think the critical piece is that school districts, LEAs, must take their role very seriously. If you're going to give a charter out, you better oversee every aspect of that charter.
I applaud that. I'm very excited about that, and I would encourage you as well to have Long Beach Unified and Fresno become districts of choice. But thank you so very much for, I had to put a little plug in there. All right, thank you so very much for being here today, and we look forward to working with you to implement this race to the top. Thank you. All right, let's move forth now on our final panel. Will the race to the top make a difference? Let's hear from parents. Having said that, I know that Rachel Norton Kuhn, who is a member of the Parents for Public Schools in San Francisco and a commissioner for the San Francisco Board of Education. She called last night and indicated that there's an illness and she was not able to participate. We have with us Ted Lempert, former Assembly member, former chair of Assembly Education. It's an honor to see you once again. He is now the president of Children Now. And we did have Ben Austin, for executive director of the Los Angeles Parents Union, but I think there's been a bit of a switch, right?
Yes, and I apologize for Ben. We have a brand new baby girl who we call our revolution baby.
And so you will be testifying on behalf of the parents?
Yes, I will.
Wonderful. Okay, depress those red buttons, and let's go ahead and start with Ted Lempert. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator. I know the hour is late, so I will be very, very brief, but since this is a parents panel, I just have to start off with a quick note, since I'm going to be speaking briefly as a child advocate. But from a parent's perspective on Race to the Top, when I first came to the legislature, I didn't have kids, went to work on hoping that our school system would be at the top by the time they entered public schools. I was turned out when they were age 4 and 2, not near the top. I've been working on it since. They're now 13, 10, and 6, and we're still not near the top. But on a serious note, my kids have a lot of advantages others don't. And there's a lot of parental contributions to the district, strong foundation, strong early education, lots of expensive after-school and summer enrichment programs. Most kids don't have that, and we cannot have a public school system in this state that necessitates parent contributions to make it work. For kids in too many middle and lower income families in this state, we are losing the race, and the consequences for this state are severe. And so the Race to the Top presents an obvious opportunity for California to receive federal funds and support some important reforms. And for the sake of our kids, we do need to act now to ensure that California is eligible and submits a competitive application. And it must thoughtfully address the 4 assurance areas. There's been lots of discussion about that in the panels this morning. I would simply add that we should capitalize on our strengths. A lot of focus was made on one paragraph in statute. We do need to keep in mind that we've made a lot of progress on our data efforts with Senator Subommittee's bill last year, developing the McKinsey framework for a comprehensive education data system. We need to capitalize on that progress and build on it, as well, obviously, as our strong standards and highlighting the need for a growth model. But there's been a lot of focus this morning on the specific eligibility requirements. What I haven't heard enough about is something that's going to be critical to us having a successful application, and that is having a comprehensive plan. What Secretary Duncan is talking about, a cradle-to-career vision. And Joanne Weiss, who's Arnie Duncan's director of Race to the Top, has specifically said that states will be evaluated on their overall vision, not just the pieces of the application. And so Children Now would recommend that we have this cradle-to-career vision in our application, and that specifically we focus on transitions and readiness. Our application should highlight that all children should be ready for school, reading by grade 3, continue at or near grade level, pass the high school exit exam, and exit our public school system ready for college and career. Specifically, we should focus on transition years, the entrance to kindergarten, and then that first year of middle school and first year of high school. And our application needs to include, and this is something the federal government is looking at, early education and our after-school activities as well. And California can capitalize on work already underway. We're establishing an early learning advisory council. We've incorporated a quality rating and improvement system. This puts us ahead of most other states in terms of quality early education. And we need to implement a kindergarten readiness assessment or an intake process to identify needs and target services and improve readiness from the beginning of K-12. Many counties have this. We need to make it a statewide requirement and focus as part of our application. And we need to provide relentless access to student supports and encourage flexibility for reorganizing the school day and or year to expand learning time and support after school and summer school as part of a coordinated solution. We feel this focus on transitions and readiness comfortably fits under the umbrella of the 4 assurances that we've been focused on, while at the same time establishing a coherent vision, a cradle-to-career vision that follows our students from before they enter K-12 until they enter our economy. And finally, just a very quick note as I've listened to the speakers this morning, those that emphasize the reform elements are absolutely correct. those that emphasize the resources elements are absolutely correct. If you're for kids, you realize we need to do both. And I do need to emphasize that the resources means making us eligible and getting those Race for the Top funds, but it's obviously going to take a lot more than that, making it easier for our local schools to raise money, prioritizing education and children's services over all other programs, which was not done in this year's state budget, and ideally when we're able to approach the voters when the economy improves, to focus any new revenue on education and kids. But California should use the Race to the Top as a starting point for our work to reform and invest in schools, and it's an opportunity to bring together business and education leaders, community organizations, and commit to supporting our schools, scaling up reforms, and adequately investing in the system. We were at the top when I went through this public school system in this state. While we can't say the same today, I'm confident with your leadership that we can catch up and win this race. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Okay, let's go ahead, and if you will introduce yourself, please, representing the Parents Union.
Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Ford. I'm a parent, and I'm a founding parent of the Los Angeles Parents Union. The Los Angeles Parents Union, we have a new campaign that we started about 6 months ago, and it's titled Parent Revolution. So our version of Race to the Top has already started. And it's a simple bargaining that we're offering to parents. We're meeting parents where they are. Many days I stand out in front of the schools and actually meet and speak to the parents. Parents that don't have access to emails, or parents that really don't know what's going on, that are just basically in survival mode. As well as meeting parents on the west side of Los Angeles, upper middle class parents, well-educated parents. There is a common ground that we all share, that we are in a serious crisis and that we need change within our school system. The Parent Revolution offers a simple bargaining of 3 steps. We have a petition that we're circulating out to parents, and the purpose of this petition is to educate parents that they have to be, first of all, be accountable for their children's education. Accountability can be used in many ways. A lot of times people are basically trying to survive. So accountability is a huge word. So the simple bargain is with the petition is to get parents to sign a petition that says that they will be responsible, they will be a part of change, and we're offering them several options. Let me back up and say that several charter operators has come into the fold with the Parent Revolution, and as a backup plan, offering parents choice that once we get the petition signed, if we do not get a plan from our local school district and if parents are not part of the process, then one of these charter operators will come into their particular neighborhood and will open up a charter school of their choice. So as of today, we have between 65 and 7,000 new parents that have signed our petition. And that's just within 3 areas of Los Angeles. Garfield High School, which has almost 4,000 parents that have signed. I personally am working in the Venice area, and I have almost 2,000 parents that have actively signed the petition to the day. And then there's various petitions that we've circulated throughout Los Angeles in different districts. But these are the 2 that have actually reached the goal, the East LA and the Venice area. So that's the component of the bargaining with signing a petition, and that's the first step. The second step that we're asking parents to do, and we're teaching them, we're hosting universities. We just entered into a partnership with Los Angeles Universal Preschool, and starting within 2 weeks, we're going to be doing 3 different events that they're hosting for the parents that are graduating out of Los Angeles Universal Preschool and will be going into regular school. So what that's going to look like is that in that collaboration is that once a parent goes through the preschool, then we will go through a series of parent universities and just teaching parents what to expect and what it looked like as you are dumped out of a well-structured system of preschool, and now you're going into regular school, that there are just so many things that you need to do, you need to have in place, you need to be aware of. So that comes under the umbrella of the parent universities that we're offering. And that's a great collaboration. So those parents will go from there straight into the parents union under the umbrella of us. So we're building leaderships in parents. We're encouraging parents to become leaders. We're giving them the tools to go out and organize on their behalf for choices around their schools. And the third part of our parent revolution is transform. And what that could mean, many things. Transform could mean that we get together as a collective bargaining in that particular area, and we take the petitions to the school district, and we give the district an opportunity to come back with a plan for change around that particular school. Or it could mean that the parents could just simply choose to say, I don't want to go through that. Collectively, overwhelmingly, we want to just go and build a charter in this particular area, or we want one of the charter operators to come in. So that's the third component of our campaign that we have now. The Choices program, Choices resolution that was passed on yesterday, we solely supported that totally, and we worked very, very hard with getting the word out to parents, and we have to take credit that we were a huge part of getting all those parents downtown in one area, about 2,500 or 3,000 parents collectively with Families That Can and other organizations. We feel that was a huge, huge win for parents and for kids on yesterday, because many parents, we all say, including myself, under No Child Left Behind, well, what does that actually mean? Why do schools continue to fail, continue to be on program improvement? And it's almost as if everyone is just turning their heads, and then it starts to roll over again. Schools has been on that program improvement list for years after years after years. I think that parents are just very fed up with waiting for someone to come in and say, well, let's take a look at this school and let's close this school down and let's start all over from the beginning with this school. So I think that Choices resolution on yesterday gives us a second hope as parents to where, from two ways, from the federal government and the local level, that it gives us the leverage, gives parents leverage to go in and say, no, this is unacceptable. This failure is unacceptable. In my neighborhood, we're losing kids to violence. We're losing kids to the prison system. And it's just totally unacceptable. People are just hopeless. They're feeling hopeless. And most parents are feeling as if it's totally their fault. Collectively, it's all of our responsibilities about the failure. And we all have to accept the responsibility of it, and we need to try to make a change. And Race to the Top has actually become a race to survival in most neighborhoods, whether it be feeling hopeless or whether if you're able to take flight from the public schools. So I think people are scattered all kinds of ways, just trying to get away, trying to survive, and just trying to make sure that their children are okay. So I think that President Barack Obama gives us great opportunity to come together as a collective bargaining with parents, kids, and everyone having input into this and being successful. And I myself am a charter parent. I have two sons that are the first in my family to go to universities. Both of my boys are at universities now because I realized when they got to high school that I didn't have money to send them to a private school. So charter was my choice of a private school, and it was very successful for me. And we have a very great story with that, and I'm very thankful for that. But I just would like to offer broader opportunities for all children in the state of California.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ford. I think you've given us a very important way to look at Race to the Top, as you so eloquently put it. It's the race for survival. And I want to thank you very much. Congratulations on your. I know you were in action yesterday in Los Angeles.
Yes.
Major moment in Los Angeles. A 6-1 vote that came about, and I want to congratulate you. And please
Yes.
extend my best wishes once again to Ben Austin and that little revolution baby. All right. Well, I guess I'm the only questioner at this point, but thank you so very much for being here. Thank you. All right, we have come to the conclusion of our formal panel. We are looking forward to public comment. I see a line standing up here. I don't know if this is the line for public comment or you're just tired of sitting, but whatever it is, please step forward. We've got several mics available, and we'll look forward to hearing from you. I'm going to limit testimony to, let's say, 3 minutes each. But let's go ahead and take the mics, and we'll go from there. And if you can please identify yourself for the record. We've got, wherever there's a mic, go ahead and take one. And the others will just wait until somebody rises from their seat. All right, why don't we start here? Identify yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Linda Murray. I'm the Acting Executive Director of the Education Trust West. And on behalf of my colleagues at Ed Trust West, I want to thank you, Senator Romero, for offering this opportunity to have this